In the deepest hours of darkness, when the modern world finally quiets its relentless hum, something ancient seems to stir. The remnants of civilizations that once carved their secrets into stone and buried their mysteries beneath millennia of earth. They call to us across the vast expanse of time. Tonight, we descend into the shadows of history itself, where the line between the sacred and the profane becomes impossibly thin. These aren't the sanitized tales of textbooks or the comfortable narratives of progress. These are the stories that make archaeologists pause mid-excavation, that send scholars retreating to their libraries with more questions than answers. From rituals that defy our understanding of human nature, to structures that challenge everything we thought we knew about the capabilities of the ancient world, we'll explore the twisted threads that run through our collective past. Some of these mysteries have claimed lives. Others have driven researchers to obsession. All of them reveal a side of antiquity that remains deliberately hidden from casual history. Let these whispers from the ancient world guide you gently into the realm of sleep, where perhaps the answers to these enduring enigmas await in dreams. The curious case of Göbekli Tepe. In 1994, a Kurdish shepherd named Safak Bektas was walking across a barren hilltop in southeastern Turkey when he noticed something peculiar jutting from the earth. What he had stumbled upon would force archaeologists to rewrite everything they thought they knew about human civilization. The sight that emerged from that Turkish hillside defied every assumption about our ancestors. Göbekli Tepe consists of massive stone pillars, some weighing up to 16 tons, arranged in perfect circles and covered with intricate carvings of animals that shouldn't have existed in the minds of supposed primitive hunter-gatherers. The carbon dating results sent shockwaves through the archaeological community, 11,600 years old. This made Göbekli Tepe not just ancient, but impossibly ancient, predating Stonehenge by over 6,000 years and the Egyptian pyramids by 7,000. Klaus Schmidt, the German archaeologist who dedicated his life to excavating the site, called it humanity's first temple. But temples require organized religion, complex society, and sophisticated planning. According to conventional archaeology, none of these things existed in 9600 BCE. The people of this era were supposed to be scattered nomads, focused entirely on survival, lacking the social structures necessary for such monumental construction. Yet here stands Göbekli Tepe, sprawling across 22 acres with its T-shaped limestone pillars reaching heights of 18 feet. Each pillar required quarrying, transporting, and precise positioning, feats that would challenge even modern construction crews. The nearest quarry lies a quarter-mile away, and moving stones of this magnitude without wheels, pulleys, or large domesticated animals presents a logistical nightmare that archaeologists struggle to explain. The carvings tell an even stranger story. Detailed reliefs of lions, wild boar, foxes, scorpions, and serpents cover the pillars with an artistry that speaks of sophisticated cultural development. These aren't crude cave paintings but masterful stone sculptures that required specialized tools and years of training to create. Some pillars feature human arms carved along their sides, as if the stones themselves were meant to represent giant human figures standing in eternal council. Most unsettling are the creatures that shouldn't exist. Several pillars display animals that weren't native to the region 11,000 years ago, suggesting either far-reaching trade networks or migration patterns that we don't understand. One pillar shows a creature that looks remarkably like a dinosaur, complete with a long neck and tail, an impossibility that mainstream archaeology refuses to acknowledge. The site's construction presents another mystery. Göbekli Tepe wasn't built gradually over centuries, as one might expect from a developing civilization. Instead, it appears to have been constructed in a single, coordinated effort by a large, organized workforce. The mathematical precision of the circular arrangements, the consistent carving styles, and the unified architectural vision all point to a level of planning and execution that challenges our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that what we see today represents only about 5% of the entire complex. More than 200 additional pillars lie buried beneath the surface, waiting to be excavated. The implications are staggering. If the exposed sections required decades of work by skilled craftsmen, what kind of civilization could have built the entire complex? The mystery deepens when we consider what happened to Göbekli Tepe. Around 8000 BCE, roughly 2,000 years after its construction, the entire site was deliberately buried under tons of earth and stone. This wasn't gradual abandonment or natural decay. It was an intentional act of concealment that must have required enormous effort from the same civilization that built it. Why would a people invest generations in creating this monumental complex only to hide it from future generations? Some researchers speculate that climate change forced the builders to migrate, but that doesn't explain the deliberate burial. Others suggest religious or cultural reasons, but we have no context for understanding what might have motivated such a decision. The burial itself raises technical questions. The fill material contains thousands of stone tools and animal bones, suggesting it wasn't simply dumped soil, but carefully prepared mixture. The process would have taken years and required the same level of organization and workforce that built the original structures. Someone wanted Göbekli Tepe hidden badly enough to invest enormous resources in making it disappear. Recent discoveries have complicated the picture even further. In 2017, archaeologists using cosmic ray imaging detected what appears to be a massive void beneath the central area of the complex. This underground space, if it exists, could contain chambers or passages that might hold answers about the site's original purpose and the people who built it. The broader implications of Göbekli Tepe extend far beyond archaeology. If hunter-gatherer societies could organize massive construction projects 11,000 years ago, what other assumptions about human development might be wrong? The site suggests that complex civilization, organized religion, and advanced engineering capabilities emerged much earlier than we believed possible. Some researchers propose that Göbekli Tepe represents evidence of a lost civilization that existed during the last ice age, possessing knowledge and capabilities that were lost during the catastrophic climate changes that occurred around 10,000 BCE. The site's astronomical alignments and sophisticated understanding of engineering principles hint at scientific knowledge that supposedly wouldn't develop for thousands of years. The Turkish government has been strangely restrictive about access to Göbekli Tepe. Only a small portion of the site is open to researchers, and many areas remain off-limits without clear explanation. This bureaucratic resistance has frustrated archaeologists who believe that full excavation could answer fundamental questions about human origins and the development of civilization. As we stand at the edge of what we think we know about our past, Göbekli Tepe challenges us to reconsider everything. In its silent stone circles, covered in the dust of ages, lie questions that may reshape our understanding of who we are and where we came from. The Kurdish shepherd who first noticed those stones protruding from the earth had no idea he was about to unlock one of humanity's most profound mysteries. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek computer. When marine archaeologist Valerio Stais picked up what appeared to be a corroded rock from a pile of ancient artifacts in 1902, he noticed something that made him pause. Embedded in the green bronze mass were the faint outlines of gears, precise, interlocking gears that seemed to whisper of mechanical sophistication. This wasn't supposed to exist. Not in 70 BCE, not in ancient Greece, not anywhere in the ancient world. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, had been sleeping beneath the Mediterranean for over 2,000 years. Recovered from a Roman shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera, this device would challenge every assumption we hold about the technological capabilities of our ancestors. What Stais held in his hands was essentially an ancient computer, crafted with a precision that wouldn't be seen again in Europe until the 14th century. The mechanism itself is a marvel of miniaturization. Housed in a wooden case roughly the size of a shoebox, it contains at least 37 meshing bronze gears, each one hand-cut with mathematical precision. The largest gear has 223 teeth, while the smallest contains just 15. These weren't crude approximations either. X-ray analysis has revealed that the gear teeth were cut with an accuracy that varies by less than 0.02 millimeters. Modern machinists struggle to achieve such consistency without computer-aided tools. Dr. Tony Freeth, who has spent decades studying the device, describes it as more beautiful than the Venus de Milo. But beauty isn't what makes the Antikythera mechanism extraordinary. It's the intelligence embedded in its bronze gears. This device could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets with startling accuracy. It tracked the 4-year cycle of the Olympics, calculated lunar and solar eclipses decades in advance, and even accounted for the irregular orbit of the moon. Think about that for a moment. The ancient Greeks, working with hand tools and bronze, created a device that could perform calculations we associate with modern astronomy. They understood concepts like the Metonic cycle, a 19-year pattern that aligns lunar months with solar years. They knew about the Saros cycle, which predicts eclipses over an 18-year period. This wasn't just observational astronomy. This was mathematical modeling, encoded in bronze and wood. The sophistication extends beyond the mechanical. The device features multiple dials, each serving a specific function. The front dial shows the position of the sun and moon against the zodiac, while the back contains 2 spiral dials that track lunar months and predict eclipses. Inscriptions in ancient Greek cover nearly every surface, providing operating instructions that read like a technical manual. These texts mention celestial events with the precision of a modern ephemeris. What troubles historians most is the technological gap. The Antikythera mechanism represents a level of engineering sophistication that simply vanishes from the historical record. No similar devices have been found. No contemporary texts describe how to build such machines. It's as if someone dropped a laptop computer into ancient Greece and walked away, leaving no trace of the civilization that created it. The Roman writer Cicero mentions devices built by Archimedes that could demonstrate the movements of celestial bodies. He describes a sphere that showed the phases of the moon and predicted eclipses. For centuries, scholars assumed these were metaphorical descriptions or gross exaggerations. The Antikythera mechanism suggests Cicero was being quite literal. Recent research has revealed even more disturbing implications. The device tracks not just lunar and solar cycles, but also the synodic periods of all 5 planets known to the ancients. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury are all accounted for. Their complex retrograde motions encoded in the gear ratios. This requires a level of astronomical observation and mathematical sophistication that rivals anything achieved before the Renaissance. Dr. Mike Edmonds, an astrophysicist who has studied the mechanism extensively, puts it bluntly, this device is just extraordinary, the only thing of its kind. The design is beautiful. The astronomy is exactly right. In terms of historic and scarcity value, I have to regard this mechanism as being more valuable than the Mona Lisa. The construction techniques raise equally puzzling questions. The gears show evidence of being cut on a lathe, a tool that supposedly wasn't invented until much later. The bronze alloy used in the mechanism is of exceptionally high quality, suggesting access to advanced metallurgy. Even the wooden case shows signs of precision joinery that would impress modern craftsmen. Who built this device? The leading theory suggests it emerged from Rhodes, where the astronomer Hipparchus developed many of the mathematical principles encoded in the mechanism. But Hipparchus died around 120 BCE, and the Antikythera device dates to approximately 70 BCE. Someone, somewhere, was carrying forward a tradition of mechanical engineering that has left no other trace. The mechanism's final voyage adds another layer of mystery. The Roman ship carrying it was likely heading to Italy, possibly Rome itself. The cargo included luxury goods, artwork, and wine jars dating to the 1st century BCE. Was this device a war trophy, looted from a conquered Greek city, a diplomatic gift, a trade item valued beyond measure? Perhaps most unsettling is what the Antikythera mechanism implies about lost knowledge. If the ancient Greeks could build computers, what else were they capable of? How much technological sophistication has been lost to time, corroded beyond recognition, or simply never preserved? The device forces us to confront the possibility that technological progress isn't always linear, that civilizations can achieve remarkable heights before falling into decline. The Antikythera mechanism sits now in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, its bronze gears forever stilled. But the questions it raises continue to turn. Like the celestial bodies it once tracked so precisely, in its corroded fragments, we glimpse a world where the boundaries between science and craftsmanship, between observation and prediction, were crossed with an elegance we're only beginning to understand. Sometimes the most profound mysteries aren't hidden in distant stars or lost civilizations. Sometimes they're resting quietly in museum cases, waiting for us to realize that our ancestors were far more sophisticated than we ever dared to believe. Nazca Lines, messages from the sky. Standing on the edge of the Peruvian desert plateau in 1939, archaeologist Paul Kosok watched the sun disappear behind the horizon. What he didn't expect was for the seemingly random lines scratched into the desert floor to suddenly align with the setting sun, transforming into a perfect geometric pattern visible only from his elevated position. That moment changed everything we thought we knew about ancient communication. The Nazca Lines stretch across 450 square kilometers of one of the world's driest deserts, carved into the earth sometime between 500 BC and 500 AD. These aren't simple drawings. They're massive geoglyphs, some extending over 1,200 feet in length, depicting everything from hummingbirds and spiders to abstract geometric shapes that seem to follow mathematical principles we're still trying to understand. Dr. Maria Rika spent 5 decades of her life mapping these lines, often working alone in the harsh desert conditions. Her meticulous measurements revealed something unsettling. The precision required to create these figures without aerial perspective defies conventional understanding of ancient capabilities. The spider geoglyph, for instance, maintains perfect proportional accuracy across its 150-foot span, despite being invisible to anyone standing on the ground. The preservation itself presents a puzzle. These lines survive because the Nazca Desert experiences virtually no rainfall and minimal wind erosion. The dark desert stones were carefully removed to expose the lighter-colored earth beneath, creating contrast that has endured for over 1,500 years. Yet this raises an uncomfortable question. Why invest enormous effort creating images that can't be seen by their creators? German mathematician Maria Rika proposed the astronomical calendar theory after discovering that certain lines align with celestial events. The monkey geoglyph points toward the constellation Ursa Major during specific seasonal transitions. Several straight lines correspond to solstices and equinoxes with mathematical accuracy that rivals modern astronomical calculations. Yet this explanation only accounts for a fraction of the nearly 300 figures scattered across the desert. The water theory emerged from studying the harsh realities of Nazca survival. Archaeologist David Johnson documented how many lines point directly toward underground water sources and mountain peaks where seasonal streams originate. The spiral patterns mirror the shape of underground aqueducts called pukyos, which the Nazca people constructed to channel water through their desert homeland. These connections suggest the lines might represent a vast ceremonial map tied to the most precious resource in their world. Then there's the mystery of the viewing platforms. Recent archaeological work has uncovered small pyramidal structures positioned at specific points along the desert floor. From these elevated positions, certain smaller geoglyphs become visible, though most remain undetectable. This discovery implies the Nazca people did have methods for viewing their work, but it doesn't explain why they chose to create images far beyond the scope of their viewing capabilities. The preservation of these lines depends on an almost supernatural set of circumstances. The desert's unique climate creates a natural varnish on the exposed stones, while the complete absence of vegetation means nothing grows to disturb the patterns. When modern researchers attempted to replicate the line creation process, they found that even footprints made by their team remained visible after months of exposure. The Nazca people were essentially working on a permanent canvas, knowing that every mark would endure. Carbon dating of wooden stakes found along several lines confirms construction occurred during the height of Nazca civilization, between 200 BC and 600 AD. But radiocarbon analysis of organic materials found within the lines reveals something more complex: multiple construction phases spanning several centuries. This suggests the lines weren't created all at once, but evolved as part of an ongoing project that transcended generations. The mathematical precision embedded in these designs continues to perplex researchers. The Nazca people had no known written language, yet their geometric figures demonstrate understanding of complex mathematical relationships. The hummingbird geoglyph incorporates golden ratio proportions in its wing-to-body measurements. The spider figure replicates the exact anatomical proportions of a species found only in remote sections of the Amazon rainforest, hundreds of miles away, advanced ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the visible lines represent only a fraction of the total construction. Beneath the desert surface, additional patterns extend far beyond what can be seen from above. Some of these underground features appear to be unfinished projects, while others form geometric networks that connect distant surface figures. The scope of underground construction suggests the Nazca Lines were part of a much larger undertaking than previously imagined. Recent studies using satellite imagery have identified previously unknown geoglyphs, including several massive figures that dwarf the famous animal designs. These newer discoveries display even more sophisticated construction techniques, with some featuring elevated platforms and intricate internal patterns visible only through advanced imaging technology. Each new discovery expands the mystery rather than resolving it. The ceremonial walking theory gained support when archaeologists discovered that many lines form pathways between important Nazca sites. Pottery shards and other artifacts found along these routes suggest they were used for ritual processions, possibly during religious ceremonies related to water worship or astronomical events. The walking paths connect to underground aqueducts and elevated ceremonial platforms, creating a complex network of sacred geography. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Nazca Lines appear to incorporate acoustic properties that were recently discovered by sound engineers. Certain geometric patterns amplify and direct sound waves in ways that suggest intentional acoustic design. When researchers recreated Nazca musical instruments and played them at specific locations within the lines, the desert itself seemed to respond, creating resonance patterns that could be heard across vast distances. The question remains, were these massive undertakings created for earthbound ceremonies, celestial observations, or something else entirely? The Nazca people left no written records explaining their purpose, no oral traditions that survived the Spanish conquest, and no obvious connection to other ancient civilizations with similar capabilities. Standing where Paul Kosok first recognized the astronomical alignments, modern researchers continue to uncover new layers of complexity within these ancient designs. Each discovery raises more questions than it answers, suggesting that the true purpose of the Nazca Lines might be more profound than any single theory can encompass. In the end, these massive drawings remain what they've always been: messages carved into the earth by a people who understood that some communications transcend the boundaries of time itself. The Cursed Tomb of Tutankhamun. Within 3 months of breaching the sealed doorway, 6 members of the expedition team were dead. Within 7 years, that number had climbed to 13. The world called it the Curse of the Pharaohs. But Lord Carnarvon's final words before his death were far more specific. "I have heard the call, and I am preparing to go." November 4th, 1922. Howard Carter's workmen had been digging in Egypt's Valley of the Kings for 5 fruitless seasons when a water boy stumbled upon a stone step carved into the bedrock. What they uncovered over the following days would become the most intact pharaonic burial ever discovered and the most feared. Carter's own journal entries from that first breach tell a story that archaeological textbooks rarely emphasize. As they broke through the ancient plaster seal, a rush of air escaped the tomb that several witnesses described as unnaturally warm, carrying what Carter called a sweetness that seemed to cling to the throat. The hieroglyphic warnings carved above the entrance weren't merely decorative, they were explicit. "Death shall come on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king." The deaths began almost immediately. Lord Carnarvon, Carter's financial backer and the first person to peer into the tomb's antechamber, died from what medical records describe as an infected mosquito bite, but the circumstances surrounding his death remain medically puzzling. The infection appeared suddenly, spread with unprecedented speed, and was accompanied by symptoms that didn't match any known tropical disease of the era. At the exact moment of Carnarvon's death in Cairo, witnesses reported that all the lights in the city went out simultaneously. Back in England, his beloved dog howled once and dropped dead. These details might seem like embellishment, but they're documented in multiple independent sources, including British government communications and newspaper reports from the time. What makes the Tutankhamun curse unique among archaeological legends is its specificity. The deaths weren't random, they followed a pattern that even skeptical researchers struggle to dismiss entirely. Those who entered the burial chamber itself suffered the most dramatic fates. Those who merely worked on the exterior elements of the dig remained largely unaffected. Arthur Mace, the Metropolitan Museum expert who helped Carter breach the tomb's inner walls, began experiencing unexplained fatigue within weeks of the opening. His health deteriorated rapidly, and he died in the same Cairo hotel where Carnarvon had passed away. The hotel manager noted that both men had complained of the same recurring dream, a figure in golden burial mask standing at the foot of their bed, pointing toward the door. George J. Gould, an American millionaire who visited the tomb in 1923, developed a fever that same evening and died within 24 hours. The attending physician could find no medical explanation for his sudden decline. Richard Bethel, Carter's personal secretary, was found dead in his bed 4 years later, apparently from heart failure. He was 35 years old with no history of cardiac problems. The curse seemed to extend beyond the immediate expedition members. Bethel's father, Lord Westbury, committed suicide by jumping from his London apartment, leaving behind a note that read simply, "I really cannot stand any more horrors." The hearse carrying his body to the cemetery struck and killed a young boy on the way to the funeral. Yet Howard Carter himself, the man who spent more time in the tomb than anyone else, lived for another 17 years after the discovery. This fact alone has led many to dismiss the curse as coincidence and media sensationalism. But Carter's own private correspondence reveals a man increasingly obsessed with protective rituals and Egyptian protective amulets. His assistant noted that Carter began wearing an ancient Ankh pendant that he claimed to have found in the tomb's antechamber, though no such artifact appears in the official inventory. Modern scientific analysis has offered partial explanations for some of the mysterious deaths. Tomb fungi, specifically Aspergillus niger, were found in samples from Tutankhamun's burial chamber. These spores can cause severe respiratory infections in people with compromised immune systems. The tomb's sealed environment had also concentrated potentially toxic gases over more than 3,000 years. But the scientific explanations don't account for the strangest aspects of the curse. The deaths occurred in a specific order that seemed to correspond to the level of each person's involvement with the tomb's violation. Those who removed artifacts suffered more severe fates than those who merely catalogued them. The expedition photographer, Harry Burton, who documented every artifact in its original position before removal, lived to age 77, dying peacefully in his sleep. Perhaps the most unsettling evidence comes from the medical records. Dr. Douglas Derry, who conducted the first X-ray examination of Tutankhamun's mummy in 1968, noted that the young pharaoh had suffered a severe head wound that had likely caused his death. When a CT scan was performed on the mummy in 2005, researchers discovered that the wound pattern matched exactly the type of injury that had killed several of the curse's victims. The curse's influence seemed to extend across generations. In 1966, Mohammed Ibrahim, Egypt's director of antiquities, dreamed that he would meet the same fate as the tomb's early visitors if he allowed Tutankhamun's treasures to be exhibited abroad. He fought against a planned exhibition in Paris, but was overruled by his government. On his way to a final meeting about the exhibition, his car crashed, and he died instantly. The treasures did travel to Paris, and the exhibition was wildly successful. But the curse stories followed the artifacts. Several museum workers reported equipment malfunctions that occurred only in the Egyptian wing, always at night, always in the presence of Tutankhamun's burial mask. What haunts researchers most about the Tutankhamun curse isn't the deaths themselves, but their timing. Ancient Egyptian burial practices were designed not just to preserve the dead, but to protect them from disturbance. The curses carved into tomb walls weren't merely warnings. They were believed to be active spells, powered by the deceased's journey through the afterlife. Whether supernatural or psychological, the curse's power persisted long after the tomb's discovery. Even today, researchers working on Tutankhamun-related projects report unusual experiences, equipment failures, unexplained illnesses, and dreams featuring the boy king's golden mask. The curse endures because it forces us to confront an uncomfortable possibility, that some doors were meant to remain closed forever. Easter Island's Moai statues, nearly 1,000 stone guardians stand in perpetual silence across one of the world's most remote islands, their backs turned to the endless Pacific. But these aren't just statues. Recent excavations have revealed that what we see above ground represents only a fraction of each figure. Beneath the soil lie complete bodies, some reaching depths of 40 feet, adorned with intricate carvings that no living person was meant to witness. The Moai of Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, as the Polynesian inhabitants called it, present us with a puzzle that grows more complex with each answer we uncover. When Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen first encountered these sentinels in 1722, he found himself face to face with what appeared to be an impossible civilization, a people who had somehow transported and erected nearly 900 massive stone figures on an island so isolated that its nearest populated neighbor lay over 1,000 miles away. The statistics alone defy easy explanation. The average Moai weighs 14 tons, with the largest completed statue, Paro, reaching 33 feet in height and weighing 82 tons, yet these figures were carved from volcanic rock at quarries miles away from where they now stand, using nothing more than stone tools. The precision of their construction rivals that of any ancient civilization, with each face carved according to mathematical proportions that remained consistent across centuries of creation. But the mystery deepens when we consider the people who created them. The Rapa Nui civilization flourished on an island measuring just 14 miles at its widest point, surrounded by over 2 million square miles of open ocean. Archaeological evidence suggests they arrived sometime between 700 and 1200 CE, likely from the Marquesas Islands, navigating across impossible distances using only the stars and ocean swells as their guides. Once there, they developed a sophisticated society that sustained itself for over 1,000 years while dedicating enormous resources to creating these stone enigmas. What drove them to such an undertaking? The traditional explanation speaks of ancestor worship, of a people so devoted to honoring their dead that they transformed their entire landscape into a memorial. Each Moai was said to represent a deceased tribal leader, their faces turned inland to watch over their descendants. The islanders called them Aringa Ora, living faces, and believed them to be repositories of spiritual power, or mana. Yet this explanation feels incomplete when we examine the evidence more closely. The Moai weren't randomly placed across the island. They follow precise patterns, with the majority positioned along the coastline on massive stone platforms called ahu. 7 of these figures stand with their backs to the ocean at Ahu Akivi, and remarkably, they're the only Moai that face the sea. Astronomical analysis has revealed that these 7 statues align perfectly with the spring and autumn equinoxes, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics that goes far beyond simple ancestor worship. The construction methods remain equally puzzling. Local legend speaks of the Moai walking from their quarry at Rano Raraku to their final positions, guided by the mana of their creators. For decades, archaeologists dismissed this as primitive mythology, proposing instead that the massive figures were rolled on logs or dragged across the island. But in 2012, researchers Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo conducted an experiment that changed everything. They demonstrated that the Moai could indeed walk. Using a complex system of ropes, the statues could be rocked back and forth in a manner that propelled them forward in an upright position. This discovery led to a startling realization. The hundreds of Moai scattered across the island's interior, previously thought to be abandoned during transport, might actually represent a sophisticated road system. These walking statues marked ancient pathways, their positions corresponding to the island's topography in ways that suggest a master plan encompassing the entire civilization. The tools used in their creation tell another remarkable story. At Rano Raraku, archaeologists have discovered over 1,600 obsidian picks, each one precisely shaped for carving volcanic rock. The efficiency of these tools rivals modern equipment, yet they were created by a people who had never worked with metal. Recent analysis has shown that the Rapa Nui developed specialized techniques for shaping obsidian that produced edges sharper than surgical steel. But perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Moai mystery lies in what happened to their creators. When European contact intensified in the 18th and 19th centuries, the Rapa Nui civilization was already in decline. The island's population had plummeted from an estimated peak of 15,000 to fewer than 3,000 people. The forests that once covered the island had vanished, leaving behind a barren landscape unable to support its inhabitants. The traditional narrative blames ecological collapse, a civilization that consumed its resources faster than they could regenerate, cutting down the last tree and sealing their fate. The Moai production, this theory suggests, became an obsession that ultimately destroyed the very environment that sustained it. Yet this explanation, too, faces challenges from recent research. Climate data reveals that the island experienced significant environmental changes during the Little Ice Age, with extended droughts that would have stressed any agricultural system. Additionally, the arrival of Polynesian rats, brought by the original settlers, may have prevented forest regeneration by consuming palm seeds faster than new trees could grow. The ecological disaster might have been as much a consequence of uncontrollable factors as human mismanagement. The final blow came with European contact. Slave raids in the 1860s removed over 1,500 islanders, including most of the island's literate population. When 15 survivors were eventually returned, they brought with them diseases that devastated the remaining population. By 1877, only 111 Rapa Nui people remained alive on their ancestral island. With them died the oral traditions that might have explained the Moai's true purpose. The Rongo script, one of the few indigenous writing systems in Polynesia, became undecipherable when its last readers perished. We're left with stone giants whose meaning remains locked in their silent faces, watching over an island that holds its secrets close. The Moai continue to reveal new mysteries as technology advances. Ground-penetrating radar has shown that many statues extend far deeper than visible, with some preserving petroglyphs and carvings that have remained buried for centuries. Each excavation brings new questions about the sophistication and purpose of Rapa Nui civilization, suggesting that what we thought we knew about these ancient people represents only the beginning of their story. The lost city of Atlantis. The philosopher sat in his garden in Athens, stylus in hand, when he chose to destroy a civilization that may have actually existed. Plato's decision to weave Atlantis into his philosophical dialogues around 360 BCE would spark a mystery that has consumed human imagination for over 2 millennia. Yet what troubles scholars most isn't whether Atlantis was real, it's why Plato described it with such startling precision. In the Timaeus and Critias, Plato doesn't offer vague mythology, he provides measurements. The island was larger than Libya and Asia combined. The central city stretched 50 stadia across. 3 circular harbors surrounded a palace complex. The outer wall was coated with brass, the middle with tin, and the inner with orichalcum, a mysterious metal that gleamed like fire. 9,000 years before his time, he claimed, this maritime empire controlled the Mediterranean until hubris brought divine punishment. For centuries, most dismissed Atlantis as pure allegory. Plato was illustrating the dangers of moral decay, not documenting history. But then archaeologists began unearthing civilizations that shouldn't have existed according to accepted timelines. The Minoan civilization on Crete, unknown until 1900, revealed a sophisticated Bronze Age society with advanced plumbing, multi-story buildings, and apparent goddess worship. Their mysterious disappearance around 1450 BCE left only ruins and questions. The parallels were impossible to ignore. The Minoans were a maritime power. They built elaborate palaces, they controlled trade routes across the Mediterranean, and they vanished suddenly, leaving behind only archaeological whispers. When Greek marine archaeologist Spiridon Marinatos proposed in 1939 that the volcanic eruption of Thera had destroyed Minoan civilization, the Atlantis connection became unavoidable. Thera, now called Santorini, had experienced one of history's most catastrophic volcanic events. The eruption, roughly 3,600 years ago, was 4 times more powerful than Krakatoa. It launched debris 25 miles into the atmosphere and generated tsunamis that reached the shores of Israel. The explosion literally hollowed out the island, leaving only a crescent-shaped remnant surrounding a water-filled caldera. But the timeline troubled researchers. Plato claimed Atlantis existed 9,000 years before his era. The Minoan collapse occurred only 1,000 years earlier. Either Plato had inflated his dates tenfold, or the connection was coincidental. Then came a discovery that complicated everything. In 1967, Excavations at Akrotiri on Santorini revealed a Bronze Age city preserved beneath volcanic ash like a Mediterranean Pompeii. The settlement displayed remarkable sophistication, multi-story buildings with running water, elaborate frescoes depicting naval processions, storage facilities suggesting extensive trade networks. Most unsettling was the evidence of organized evacuation. The inhabitants had clearly known disaster was approaching. The city's layout revealed something else. Akrotiri was built on an island within an island, surrounded by harbors that could accommodate large vessels. The architectural precision, the concentric design, the maritime focus, it echoed Plato's description with uncomfortable accuracy. Yet no human remains were found. The population had vanished completely before the eruption sealed their city forever. Dr. Christos Doumas, who led the Akrotiri excavations, remains cautious about direct Atlantis connections. The evidence suggests the inhabitants had time to evacuate, taking their valuables and possibly their lives. But where did they go? And why does no other ancient source mention this catastrophic event that should have been visible across the Mediterranean? The mystery deepens when we examine Plato's source. He claimed the story came from Solon, Athens' great lawgiver, who learned it from Egyptian priests in the city of Sais. The priests allegedly possessed records of the Sea People's invasions and the great civilization that suddenly ceased to exist. Egyptian records from this period do mention mysterious peoples of the sea, who appeared suddenly, wreaked havoc across the eastern Mediterranean, then vanished just as mysteriously. But here's where skepticism becomes necessary. No independent Egyptian source explicitly describes Atlantis. The Sais temple that supposedly held these records has never been definitively located, and Plato had philosophical reasons for creating an ideal state that ultimately failed due to moral corruption. The allegory serves his republic perfectly. Yet the details gnaw at researchers. Why place Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean? Why describe orichalcum, a metal that modern metallurgists believe was a brass-like alloy actually used in the ancient world? Why provide such specific measurements and geographical features if the entire story was philosophical invention? Recent geological surveys have identified massive underwater structures in locations ranging from the Mediterranean to the Caribbean. The Bimini Road in the Bahamas, dismissed by most geologists as natural limestone formations, continues to intrigue researchers who detect apparent tool marks and geometric patterns. Side-scan sonar has revealed what appear to be artificial structures on the seafloor near Cyprus, Spain, and even Antarctica. The problem isn't lack of candidates, it's abundance. Every sunken landmass, every underwater formation, every ancient civilization that ended abruptly becomes a potential Atlantis. The Black Sea, which geological evidence suggests was once a freshwater lake before Mediterranean waters burst through the Bosphorus around 7,500 years ago, flooding vast settlements. The Persian Gulf, which was dry land during the last ice age. Even the English Channel, which connected Britain to continental Europe until rising seas created an island. What's particularly haunting is how many ancient cultures possess flood myths involving advanced civilizations destroyed by rising waters. The Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, the Hindu Puranas, describing Dwarka, Krishna's golden city swallowed by the sea, Native American legends of great cities beneath the Pacific. Either these represent collective memory of actual events, or human psychology is predisposed to create such narratives. The truth about Atlantis may be more complex than a simple real or fiction question. Plato might have woven together multiple sources: Egyptian records of sea peoples, memories of Minoan civilization, geological knowledge of prehistoric floods, and philosophical ideals about perfect societies. The result was a story so compelling that it has survived longer than most historical accounts. What's certain is that our oceans conceal civilizations we've yet to discover. Sea levels were 400 feet lower during the last ice age. Vast coastal plains where humans certainly lived are now underwater. The cities, the stories, the evidence of who we once were, much of it lies beneath waves that continue to guard their secrets. The search for Atlantis ultimately reveals more about our present than our past. We seek proof that great civilizations can fall, that hubris carries consequences, that somewhere beneath the waves lies wisdom we've forgotten. Whether Plato described a real place or created the perfect myth, Atlantis endures because it speaks to something deeper, our recognition that the sea remembers everything and forgives nothing. The Anasazi Disappearance. 400 years before Columbus set foot in the Americas, an entire civilization simply walked away from their homes. Left behind were elaborate cliff dwellings, sophisticated irrigation systems, and communities that had thrived for 7 centuries. The ancestral Puebloans, once called the Anasazi, vanished from the American Southwest around 1300 CE, leaving archaeologists to puzzle over one of North America's most haunting mysteries. The evidence of their departure reads like a ghost story written in stone and clay. Rooms filled with pottery, tools abandoned mid-use, granaries still containing corn from their final harvest. Whatever drove these people from their ancestral lands happened with such urgency that they left behind the accumulated wealth of generations. In the remote canyons of Mesa Verde, archaeologists have documented something unsettling. The final decades of ancestral Puebloan occupation show clear signs of increasing paranoia. Communities that once sprawled across mesa tops retreated to defensive positions high in cliff faces. Walls grew thicker. Entrances became narrow passages easily defended. The architecture itself whispers of a people under siege. Dr. Stephen Lexon, who has spent decades studying southwestern archaeology, noted something peculiar about the dating of these defensive structures. Tree ring analysis shows that the most heavily fortified sites were built in the final 50 years before abandonment. The timing suggests a civilization bracing for catastrophe and then simply disappearing before it could arrive. The climate data tells part of the story. The late 1200s brought the most severe drought in the region's recorded history. Rivers that had flowed for millennia became dry arroyos. Springs that had sustained communities for generations went silent. The sophisticated agricultural systems that fed tens of thousands of people began to fail. But other civilizations have survived droughts. The ancestral Puebloans themselves had weathered dry periods before. What makes this drought different is the evidence of social collapse that accompanied it. Archaeological sites from the final period show disturbing signs of violence and social breakdown. Mass graves have been discovered containing remains that bear the marks of warfare. Some sites show evidence of cannibalism, a practice with no precedent in earlier ancestral Puebloan culture. The cliff dwellings themselves pose their own mystery. Places like Cliff Palace at Mesa Verde required enormous effort to build and maintain. Water had to be carried up steep canyon walls. Building materials hauled along narrow ledges. These weren't temporary refuges. They were substantial communities built to last. Yet radiocarbon dating shows many were occupied for less than a generation before abandonment. Recent archaeological work has uncovered something even more puzzling. In the final layers of occupation, archaeologists have found evidence of ritual activity, unlike anything from earlier periods. Ceremonial chambers called kivas show signs of having been deliberately sealed and abandoned. Sacred objects were carefully buried or hidden. The pattern suggests not a panicked flight, but a methodical, ritualized departure. The mystery deepens when we consider where they went. The descendants of the ancestral Puebloans didn't vanish from the earth. They became the modern Pueblo peoples of the Rio Grande Valley and Arizona. Oral traditions among the Hopi, Zuni, and other Pueblo tribes speak of migrations from the north, of ancestral peoples who left the old places behind. But these traditions are closely guarded, and much of what they contain about the reasons for leaving remains within the communities themselves. Hopi elder Farrell Sekakuku has spoken about the connection between his people and the ancient cliff dwellers. According to Hopi tradition, the departure from the northern sites was part of a prophesied migration, a spiritual journey that was always meant to happen. The timing, he suggests, was determined not by drought or warfare, but by religious obligation, a covenant with the spirits that required the people to move on. This spiritual interpretation gains weight when we examine the archaeological record more closely. The ancestral Puebloans left behind a landscape dotted with shrines and ceremonial sites. Many of these sacred places show signs of continued use long after the main population centers were abandoned. Someone was returning to maintain these spiritual connections, even after the Great Departure. The construction techniques used in the final period also suggest planning rather than panic. Recent analysis of mortar samples from late period sites shows consistent quality and composition, indicating organized work crews rather than desperate refugees. The buildings were constructed to last, as if their builders intended others to find and use them someday. Perhaps most intriguingly, some sites show evidence of intentional preservation. Rooms were sealed with stone slabs, organic materials were carefully stored, and in some cases, entire structures were covered with protective layers of stone and earth. This wasn't abandonment, it was preservation, as if the builders expected to return or wanted future generations to find what they had left behind. The timeline of the departure reveals another puzzle. Tree ring dating shows that different communities left at different times over a period of roughly 50 years. This wasn't a single catastrophic event, but a gradual, coordinated migration. Communities would maintain their sites for years after their neighbors had departed, suggesting some form of planned succession. Modern environmental analysis has revealed that the drought of the late 1200s was indeed severe, but it wasn't unprecedented. Ice core data from the region shows similar dry periods occurring roughly every 400–500 years. The ancestral Puebloans had survived these cycles before. What made this particular drought different was its timing. It coincided with the end of what archaeologists call the medieval warm period, a time of relatively stable and favorable climate across North America. The truth about the ancestral Puebloan disappearance may lie not in any single catastrophic event, but in the convergence of environmental, social, and spiritual factors that made continuing their traditional way of life impossible. They left behind a landscape marked by their 7th-century presence, a testament to one of North America's most sophisticated pre-contact civilizations. The cliff dwellings still stand today, preserved by the dry desert air, waiting in the silence of the canyons. They remain as their builders left them, not ruins, but pauses in a story that continues to unfold in the lives of their descendants. The secrets of the Great Pyramids. When engineers today attempt to recreate the construction methods used at Giza, their modern equipment fails to match the precision achieved 4,500 years ago. The Great Pyramid stands as testimony to capabilities we struggle to comprehend, let alone replicate. Each limestone block weighs between 2 and 15 tons, yet they fit together with tolerances measured in millimeters. The entire structure deviates from true north by just 3/60ths of a degree, a margin of error that would challenge contemporary surveyors armed with satellite technology. Dr. Mark Lehner has spent decades studying these monuments, and his findings consistently point toward one unsettling conclusion. The ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge that doesn't align with our understanding of their technological capabilities. The pyramid's base covers 13 acres, yet the difference between its longest and shortest sides measures less than 2 centimeters. But precision represents only the beginning of Giza's mysteries. The internal chambers reveal engineering solutions that baffle modern architects. The king's chamber contains a granite sarcophagus that measures wider than the entrance passage, meaning it was placed during construction, not after. The weight distribution system above this chamber uses 43 massive granite blocks arranged in 5 separate layers, each designed to redirect the enormous pressure of the stones above. Robert Bauval's research into the pyramid's stellar alignments uncovered connections that extend far beyond earthbound engineering. The 3 pyramids at Giza mirror the belt stars of Orion with remarkable accuracy, not as they appeared when the pyramids were built, but as they aligned in 10,500 BCE. This correlation suggests either extraordinary astronomical knowledge or a construction timeline that contradicts established history. The southern shaft from the king's chamber points directly toward Orion's belt, while the northern shaft aligns with the pole star. These weren't decorative elements, they were precisely calculated astronomical instruments carved into 2 million tons of stone. Underground, the mysteries deepen considerably. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected vast hollow spaces beneath the Giza Plateau, chambers that remain sealed and unexplored. Edgar Case's predictions about a hall of records hidden beneath the Sphinx have gained credibility as modern technology confirms the existence of underground cavities in exactly the locations he described decades ago. The Sphinx itself poses questions that challenge conventional chronology. Geologist Robert Schoch's analysis of weathering patterns indicates water erosion on the monument's surface, extensive water erosion, that would require centuries of rainfall in a region that has been arid for over 4,000 years. This evidence suggests the Sphinx predates the traditionally accepted construction period by several millennia. Temperature measurements taken by thermal imaging reveal another anomaly. The Great Pyramid's internal temperature remains constant at 68 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, regardless of outside conditions. This thermal stability requires sophisticated understanding of material science and ventilation systems that shouldn't have existed in the 3rd millennium BCE. The mathematical relationships embedded within the pyramid's dimensions continue to astound researchers. The ratio of the pyramid's perimeter to its height equals pi to several decimal places. The relationship between its base and height incorporates the golden ratio. These aren't approximate, they're precise mathematical constants that were supposedly unknown to ancient civilizations. Christopher Dunn's research into the pyramid's acoustic properties has revealed another layer of complexity. The king's chamber resonates at a frequency of 440 Hz when struck, the same frequency as the musical note A. The granite coffer in this chamber exhibits tooling marks that could only have been created by high-speed machinery that allegedly didn't exist until the industrial age. Core samples extracted from the pyramid blocks show evidence of rapid-setting concrete rather than natural limestone formation. This discovery challenges fundamental assumptions about ancient construction techniques and suggests chemical knowledge that vastly exceeds what we attribute to Bronze Age civilizations. The pyramid's relationship to global geography reveals patterns that seem too precise for coincidence. The monument sits at the exact center of the world's landmass, equidistant from all continental extremes. Its baseline measurements convert to a perfect scale model of the Earth's northern hemisphere, accurate to dimensions that wouldn't be calculated again until the age of satellites. Recent discoveries within the pyramid, using cosmic ray imaging, have identified previously unknown chambers, spaces that remain inaccessible and unexplored. These voids appear to be intentionally designed, not random gaps in construction, suggesting the pyramid contains secrets that its builders deliberately concealed. The workforce required for such construction presents its own impossibilities. Traditional estimates suggest 20,000 laborers working for 20 years. Yet the logistics of feeding, housing, and organizing such a workforce would require resources that exceeded the entire Egyptian economy. The absence of extensive worker villages or burial sites near Giza contradicts the massive human presence such construction would have required. Tool marks on the granite elements show characteristics of cutting techniques that wouldn't be developed until the 20th century. The precision of these cuts, combined with the hardness of the granite, suggests methods that transcend copper tools and wooden levers, the technology officially available to pyramid builders. The pyramid's alignment with true north is so precise that it surpasses the accuracy of the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. This achievement required knowledge of the Earth's rotational axis and measurement techniques that supposedly wouldn't be developed for another 4 millennia. Water erosion patterns in the pyramid's underground chambers indicate flooding that occurred long before the Nile's historical flood cycles. This evidence suggests the monument's age extends far beyond accepted timelines into periods when the region's climate and geography differed dramatically from present conditions. Deep beneath the desert sands, the Great Pyramid guards secrets that challenge our understanding of human capability and historical progression. Each measurement reveals knowledge that shouldn't have existed. Each chamber contains evidence of capabilities that transcend their supposed timeline. The monument stands not just as testimony to ancient achievement, but as a question mark carved in stone, a permanent reminder that the past holds knowledge we have yet to rediscover and capabilities we struggle to comprehend. The mysterious Voynich manuscript. When the world's most accomplished codebreakers fail, when artificial intelligence systems surrender, when centuries of scholarly pursuit yield nothing but deeper confusion, you know you've encountered something truly extraordinary. The Voynich manuscript has done exactly that, humbled every expert who dared to decode its secrets. This 13th century codex, written in an unknown script and filled with bizarre illustrations that seem to dance between reality and fantasy, represents perhaps the most maddening puzzle in human history. No Rosetta Stone, no breakthrough moment, just 240 pages of symbols that mock our understanding of language itself. The manuscript first emerged from historical obscurity in 1912, when antiquarian book dealer Wilfrid Voynich purchased it from a collection of manuscripts held by the Jesuit Collegio Romano. Voynich claimed he'd found it in Villa Mondragone, but the exact circumstances remain murky. What he'd acquired was a vellum codex bound in medieval style, its pages filled with text written in an alphabet that appeared nowhere else in recorded history. The writing system defies classification. It contains roughly 170,000 characters forming about 35,000 words, using an alphabet of 20 to 25 symbols. The characters flow with the confidence of natural handwriting, yet follow patterns that seem both linguistic and completely alien. Statistical analysis reveals it has the complexity of real language. Words appear with frequencies that mirror natural speech, and the text shows the kind of entropy you'd expect from meaningful communication. But therein lies the first contradiction. The manuscript's word patterns are too regular, too predictable. Real languages have messiness, exceptions, irregular constructions. The Voynich text reads like it was generated by someone following strict rules, rules we simply don't understand. The illustrations compound the mystery. Botanical sections depict plants that don't exist in nature, yet they're drawn with such precision and detail that they feel hauntingly real. Leaves spiral in impossible patterns, roots twist into geometric forms, and flowers bloom in configurations that violate every principle of botanical science. Expert botanists have studied these drawings for decades, finding occasional similarities to known species, but never exact matches. The astronomical section presents circular diagrams filled with what appear to be zodiacal symbols, but again, they don't quite align with any known astrological tradition. Stars, suns, and moons populate these pages alongside symbols that could be planets, or could be something else entirely. The diagrams suggest sophisticated astronomical knowledge, yet they're encoded in a visual language that remains completely opaque. Perhaps most disturbing are the biological sections. Groups of nude female figures appear to be moving through elaborate plumbing systems, their bodies connected by tubes and channels filled with green or blue liquid. The women seem to be bathing or being processed through some kind of apparatus. These images have sparked theories ranging from alchemical procedures to pharmaceutical knowledge to something far more sinister. Medieval medical texts often contained strange imagery, but nothing quite like this. The systematic nature of these illustrations suggests they're documenting a real process, but what process? The figures appear healthy, even serene, yet there's an unsettling quality to their arrangement that suggests ritual or transformation rather than simple bathing. Carbon dating has confirmed the manuscript's medieval origins, placing its creation between 1404 and 1438. The vellum is genuine, the inks are period appropriate, and the binding shows authentic aging. This eliminates the possibility of modern forgery, but it doesn't resolve the central question: is this a genuine attempt to record information, or is it the most sophisticated hoax in medieval history? The list of failed attempts to decode the manuscript reads like a who's who of cryptography. William Friedman, who broke Japanese diplomatic codes during World War II, spent decades on the Voynich text without success. Computer scientists have applied every known cryptographic technique, from frequency analysis to machine learning algorithms. The manuscript has been treated as a cipher, as a constructed language, as a form of shorthand, as encoded Latin, and as an entirely artificial creation. Each approach reveals tantalizing patterns that seem to promise a breakthrough, then dissolve into nonsense. The text shows clear structure. Words group into what appear to be sentences, sentences form paragraphs, and certain character combinations repeat with the regularity of common words. Yet when researchers try to assign meaning to these patterns, the logic crumbles. Professional linguists have noted that the manuscript's structure resembles certain characteristics of Asian languages, particularly in its flowing, connected script style. But attempts to decode it using Chinese, Japanese, or Southeast Asian linguistic principles have failed as completely as European approaches. The most compelling recent theory suggests the manuscript might be written in a lost dialect or an artificial language created by a medieval scholar. During the Middle Ages, learned men sometimes invented languages for philosophical or mystical purposes. The Voynich text could represent such an experiment, a language constructed to encode alchemical, medical, or religious knowledge, but this theory faces its own problems. If the manuscript represents genuine knowledge, Why hasn't anyone found corresponding information in other medieval sources? If it's artificial, why invest such enormous effort in creating hundreds of pages of meaningless text? The sheer dedication required to produce this work suggests it had genuine purpose. The manuscript's ownership history adds another layer of mystery. It may have once belonged to Emperor Rudolf II of Bohemia, who had a passion for mysterious and occult objects. John Dee, the English mathematician and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, has been suggested as a possible creator or owner. Roger Bacon, the 13th century philosopher, was once considered its author, though this theory has been largely discredited. Each winter, scholars gather at academic conferences to present their latest theories about the Voynich manuscript. Each year, new approaches emerge: quantum computing, advanced pattern recognition, neural networks trained on medieval texts. Each year, the manuscript remains unread. The text continues to exist in that liminal space between sense and nonsense, between ancient wisdom and elaborate deception. It represents everything we don't understand about human communication, about the lengths people will go to preserve knowledge or create mystery. 600 years after its creation, the Voynich manuscript continues to whisper in a language we cannot hear, describing a world we cannot recognize, preserving secrets we cannot unlock. It waits patiently, as it has always waited, for someone to finally understand what it's trying to say. Stonehenge's ancient legacy. When acoustic engineers tested the sound properties of Stonehenge in 2009, they discovered something that changed everything we thought we knew about this ancient monument. The massive sarsen stones don't just stand in a circle. They create a perfect acoustic chamber that amplifies sound by exactly 12 decibels. This wasn't coincidence. This was engineering. For centuries, we've stared at these weathered giants on Salisbury Plain, wondering what drove our ancestors to drag 25-ton blocks across impossible distances. The effort required defies every assumption about Neolithic capability. Some stones traveled 150 miles from Wales, transported by people who supposedly had only wooden rollers and rope. The precision of their placement suggests knowledge we're only beginning to comprehend. The monument we see today represents just the final phase of construction that spanned 1,500 years. Radiocarbon dating reveals that the site was sacred long before the famous trilithons rose from the earth. Around 3,100 BCE, our ancestors began digging a circular ditch, creating the earliest version of what would become humanity's most enduring mystery. But recent discoveries suggest they were building on something even older. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed a vast ceremonial landscape surrounding the visible stones. 17 previously unknown monuments lie buried beneath the seemingly empty fields. The Stonehenge Riverside Project, led by archaeologist Mike Parker Pearson, has mapped an ancient world that extends for miles in every direction. This wasn't just a monument, it was the center of a civilization we're only now beginning to understand. The most unsettling discovery came in 2008, when researchers analyzing cremated remains found at the site realized they weren't dealing with local burials. Isotope analysis revealed that some of the cremated individuals had lived their entire lives in Wales, near the Bluestone quarries. They had been transported to Stonehenge specifically for burial. Their ashes carried the same impossible distance as the stones themselves. Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century account suddenly carries new weight. He wrote that the stones possessed healing properties, calling them the Giant's Dance, and claiming they had been moved from Ireland by Merlin's magic. Modern researchers have discovered that the blue stones do indeed have unusual acoustic properties when struck. They ring like bells, each stone producing a different tone. The Welsh call them ringing stones, and prehistoric peoples may have traveled vast distances to experience their sound. The healing theory gained credibility when archaeologists noticed an unusual pattern in the human remains. Many of the skeletons found near Stonehenge show signs of serious injuries and diseases. Some had traveled from continental Europe, their bones bearing evidence of trauma that had healed over time. The isotope signatures in their teeth reveal they had lived in regions spanning from the Mediterranean to Scandinavia. People were making pilgrimages to Stonehenge from across the known world. But the site's most profound secret lies in its relationship with the sun and moon. The heel stone aligns perfectly with the summer solstice sunrise, a fact that has captured imaginations for generations. Yet this is just the beginning. Recent analysis has revealed that the monument also tracks the 18.6-year lunar cycle with startling precision. The 4 station stones create sight lines that mark the extreme positions of moonrise and moonset, suggesting the builders possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Professor Alexander Thom spent decades surveying megalithic sites across Britain and concluded that their builders used a standard unit of measurement he called the megalithic yard. This measurement, equivalent to 2.72 feet, appears at Stonehenge and hundreds of other ancient sites. The consistency suggests a unified culture with shared knowledge, operating across vast distances and time periods. The mystery deepens when we consider the site's acoustic properties in relation to its celestial alignments. The stone circle creates what researchers call a whispering gallery effect, where sounds made at one point can be heard clearly at specific locations around the perimeter. During the summer solstice, when the sun rises directly over the heel stone, the acoustic properties change dramatically. The monument becomes a resonating chamber that amplifies human voices and drumbeats. Recent excavations have revealed evidence of feasting on a massive scale. Thousands of pig bones, many from animals raised hundreds of miles away, suggest gatherings that drew people from across Britain and beyond. The animals were slaughtered during midwinter, their remains left in nearby settlements that seem to have been occupied only seasonally. The implications are staggering. Stonehenge may have been the site of annual gatherings that unified disparate tribes across vast distances. The most recent discoveries have come from deep beneath the modern visitor center. Excavations in 2020 uncovered a circle of massive timber posts, each one weighing several tons. These wooden monuments predate the stone circle by at least 500 years, suggesting that Stonehenge was sacred ground long before the first stones were raised. The timber posts had been deliberately burned and buried, their destruction marking the beginning of the stone monument's construction. What emerges from decades of research is a picture of sophisticated prehistoric society operating at a scale we never imagined. The builders of Stonehenge weren't primitive farmers struggling for survival. They were part of a complex civilization capable of precise astronomical observation, advanced acoustic engineering, and massive coordinated construction projects spanning multiple generations. The site's influence extended far beyond its immediate location. Similar monuments dot the British Isles, each one incorporating elements of Stonehenge's design. The knowledge required to build these structures was passed down through generations of skilled craftspeople who understood principles of engineering, astronomy, and acoustics that we're only now rediscovering. Standing among these ancient stones at dawn, watching the sun rise over the heel stone as countless generations have done before, the monument's true power becomes clear. Stonehenge wasn't just built to observe the heavens, it was designed to connect its users with cosmic forces that governed their world. The precision of its construction, the effort required to build it, and the centuries of continuous use all point to a civilization that understood something profound about the relationship between earth and sky. The mystery of Stonehenge continues to evolve with each new discovery, each one revealing layers of complexity that challenge our understanding of prehistoric achievement. What stands on Salisbury Plain isn't just a monument, it's evidence of human ambition that transcended the limitations of its time, creating something that still speaks to us across 4 millennia of silence. The Oracle of Delphi. When archaeologists analyzed the geological composition beneath Delphi in 1981, they discovered something that changed everything we thought we knew about ancient prophecy. 2 intersecting fault lines run directly under the most sacred chamber of Apollo's temple, creating a natural pathway for ethylene gas to seep through cracks in the limestone bedrock. This sweet-smelling vapor, now known to produce euphoric states and hallucinations, had been rising from the earth for over 1,000 years, affecting everyone who entered the inner sanctum. The Oracle of Delphi wasn't just a religious site, it was the geopolitical nerve center of the ancient world, where kings and commoners alike sought guidance that would shape the course of history. But the more we learn about how it actually functioned, the more complex and disturbing the picture becomes. The young women chosen to serve as the Pythia, the mouthpiece of Apollo, came from local families and were selected for their perceived purity and connection to the divine. What we now understand is that these women were essentially human conduits in a sophisticated operation that combined natural psychoactive compounds, carefully orchestrated rituals, and political manipulation on a scale that wouldn't be matched until the rise of modern intelligence agencies. The process began before dawn. The Pythia would bathe in the sacred Castalian spring, whose waters were said to purify the soul, but likely contained trace minerals that enhanced the effects of the ethylene gas. She would then enter the Adyton, the innermost chamber of the temple, where she would sit on a bronze tripod positioned directly over the fissure in the earth. As the vapors rose around her, she would enter a trance-like state, speaking in tongues that the attending priests would interpret as divine prophecy. But here's where the story becomes truly unsettling. The priests who translated these utterances weren't passive observers. They were highly educated men who maintained extensive networks of informants throughout the Mediterranean world. They possessed detailed knowledge of political tensions, military movements, and economic conditions across dozens of city-states. When a petitioner arrived seeking guidance, the priests already knew their situation, their weaknesses, and their likely courses of action. The prophecies themselves were masterworks of ambiguity. When Croesus of Lydia consulted the oracle about whether to attack Persia, he was told that if he crossed the river Halys, he would destroy a great empire. He interpreted this as a promise of victory and launched his invasion. The empire he destroyed was his own. The oracle's reputation for accuracy remained intact because the prophecy was technically correct, regardless of the outcome. This pattern repeated across centuries. The oracle rarely gave specific predictions, instead offering guidance that could be interpreted multiple ways depending on how events unfolded. Archaeological evidence suggests the priests maintained detailed records of their prophecies, allowing them to refine their techniques over time and build an increasingly sophisticated understanding of human psychology and political dynamics. The most disturbing aspect may be what happened to the Pythia themselves. Ancient sources describe their behavior during consultations as violent and erratic. They would thrash about, foam at the mouth, and speak in voices that didn't sound like their own. Modern toxicology suggests prolonged exposure to ethylene gas can cause severe neurological damage, including permanent personality changes and cognitive impairment. The average tenure of a Pythia was relatively short, and many seemed to die young under mysterious circumstances. Yet the oracle's influence extended far beyond individual prophecies. The site functioned as an ancient UN Security Council, where conflicts could be mediated and international agreements sanctified by divine authority. The Amphictyonic Council, which oversaw the oracle's operations, included representatives from major Greek city-states and had the power to declare sacred wars against those who violated its decrees. The wealth that flowed into Delphi was staggering. The temple complex housed treasuries built by various city-states to store their offerings to Apollo. These weren't simple gifts but massive payments for political services. When Athens consulted the oracle about resisting the Persian invasion, the initial response was to flee. Only after significant additional offerings did the oracle provide the cryptic guidance about wooden walls that led to the naval victory at Salamis. Archaeological excavations have revealed the extent of this wealth. Gold and silver artifacts, precious stones, and artistic masterpieces from across the known world filled the temple treasuries. The oracle's pronouncements could make or break trade routes, sanction military campaigns, and legitimize political succession. The priests of Apollo weren't just religious figures, they were operating what may have been history's first multinational corporation. The decline of the oracle coincided with the rise of rational philosophy and the Roman Empire's consolidation of power. When Emperor Julian attempted to revive the oracle in the 4th century CE, the response he received was telling. "Tell the king that the fair-wrought house has fallen. No shelter has Apollo, nor sacred laurel leaves. The fountains now are silent, the voice is stilled." But even this final prophecy raises questions. Was it genuine divine communication, or a calculated political statement about the changing relationship between religious and secular authority? The priests of Delphi had always been masters of reading the political winds, and by Julian's time, Christianity's ascendancy was clear. Modern seismic monitoring has confirmed that the geological conditions that created the oracle's trances ended sometime in the early centuries of the Common Era. The fault lines shifted, the gas emissions ceased, and the sacred vapors that had shaped Mediterranean history for over 1,000 years simply stopped rising from the earth. Yet mysteries remain. Recent archaeological work has uncovered evidence of much older sacred sites at Delphi, suggesting the location may have been considered supernatural long before the classical period. Stone circles and ritual objects dating back to the Bronze Age hint at an even deeper history of human interaction with the strange energies of this place. The Oracle of Delphi represents something profoundly unsettling about human nature and the relationship between knowledge and power. It shows us how sophisticated manipulation can be disguised as divine revelation, how political control can be exercised through spiritual authority, and how the human need for certainty about the future can be exploited by those who understand the art of strategic ambiguity. In an age where information warfare and psychological operations shape global politics, the Oracle of Delphi feels less like ancient history and more like a template for understanding how power really works. The methods have evolved, but the fundamental dynamics remain unchanged. The vapors may have stopped rising from the earth at Delphi, but the techniques pioneered there continue to influence how we navigate uncertainty in our modern world. The disappearing Maya civilization. One morning in 869 AD, a Maya scribe in the city of Tikal carved the final date into stone and then vanished into history along with millions of his people. Within a century, the greatest civilization in the ancient Americas had seemingly dissolved into the jungle, leaving behind only whispers carved in limestone and questions that still haunt archaeologists today. The Maya weren't just another lost civilization. They were mathematical geniuses who invented the concept of zero independently, astronomers who predicted eclipses with startling accuracy, and architects who built pyramid cities that rivaled anything in Egypt. Their calendar system was so precise, it won't be off by a single day for over 5,000 years. Yet somehow, these masters of time couldn't foresee their own ending. What makes the Maya collapse so unsettling isn't just the scale of it, but the speed. We're talking about a civilization that spanned over 2,000 years, encompassing what we now call Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. At their peak around 600 AD, Maya cities housed millions of people. Elaborate trade networks connected distant regions. Kings ruled from towering palaces, while priests tracked celestial movements from stepped pyramids that pierced the forest canopy. Then, something went catastrophically wrong. The evidence reads like a civilization in freefall. Construction projects halted mid-build. Elaborate stelae commemorating royal dynasties suddenly stop appearing. Population centers that had thrived for centuries were gradually abandoned, reclaimed by the very jungle that had once been tamed. The silence is deafening when you consider that Maya civilization had weathered droughts, wars, and political upheavals for 2 millennia. Dr. Patricia McEnany, who spent decades excavating Maya sites, discovered something chilling in the archaeological record. The abandonment wasn't uniform. Some cities died quickly, others lingered for decades in decline. It was as if the collapse moved through the Maya world like a slow-motion plague, consuming the civilization piece by piece. The theories for what caused this disintegration are as varied as they are troubling. Climate data extracted from lake sediments reveals the Maya faced severe droughts between 800 and 900 AD. But these weren't ordinary dry spells. Scientists have reconstructed rainfall patterns showing the most severe drought in 7,000 years, struck precisely when Maya civilization began its final decline. Yet the Maya had survived droughts before. Their engineers had created sophisticated water management systems, building reservoirs and channels that could sustain cities through lean years. Something else was at work. Archaeological evidence suggests the Maya political system had become dangerously fragile. Competing city-states engaged in increasingly destructive warfare. Captive kings were sacrificed in elaborate rituals, their deaths meticulously recorded in glyphs that still send chills down researchers' spines. The elite seemed obsessed with displays of power, even as their foundations crumbled. Environmental degradation tells another part of the story. Pollen analysis shows massive deforestation around major Maya centers. They had stripped the land bare to feed their growing populations and fuel their lime production for mortar. Soil samples reveal evidence of erosion so severe that farming became increasingly difficult. The Maya may have engineered their own ecological collapse, but here's where the mystery deepens. The Maya didn't disappear entirely. Millions of their descendants still live throughout Central America, speaking Maya languages and maintaining cultural traditions. What collapsed wasn't the Maya people, but their classical civilization. The cities emptied, the elaborate political structures disintegrated, and the sophisticated writing system fell into disuse. Some archaeologists have proposed that the Maya transformation was actually a conscious choice. Rather than face the increasingly oppressive demands of their elite rulers, common people may have simply walked away from the cities. Evidence suggests rural populations remained stable even as urban centers collapsed. It's possible the Maya voted with their feet, abandoning a system that no longer served them. The role of environmental catastrophe extends beyond drought and deforestation. Recent research has uncovered evidence of mercury poisoning in Maya water supplies. The cinnabar they used for ceremonial purposes was leaching toxic mercury into reservoirs. Palace complexes show the highest contamination levels, suggesting the ruling class was literally poisoning themselves with their own luxury goods. Climate researchers have also identified a previously unknown factor: volcanic activity. The Ilopango volcano in El Salvador erupted around 540 AD, blanketing much of the Maya region in ash. While the civilization recovered from this disaster, the long-term effects on agriculture and water systems may have created vulnerabilities that persisted for centuries. What's particularly haunting is how the Maya recorded their own decline. Late-period inscriptions become increasingly apocalyptic. References to Star Wars, blood sacrifices, and divine judgment multiply. The final dated monument in most Maya cities invariably commemorates military victory or royal ceremony, as if the rulers were desperately trying to maintain the illusion of control, even as their world crumbled. The mystery extends to timing. Why did the collapse accelerate so dramatically in the 9th century? New research suggests the Maya had reached a critical threshold. Population density, environmental degradation, political instability, and climate change converged in a perfect storm of civilizational stress. Once the process began, it fed on itself. Failed harvests led to political unrest, which disrupted trade networks, which undermined the economic foundations that supported the elaborate Maya political system. Modern Maya communities offer intriguing perspectives on their ancestors' fate. Oral traditions speak of a great transformation, a time when the old ways were abandoned in favor of simpler, more sustainable lifestyles. Some Maya elders describe the collapse not as a disaster, but as a necessary renewal, a shedding of corrupted power structures. The Maya mystery continues to evolve as new archaeological techniques reveal hidden layers of this ancient catastrophe. LiDAR scanning has uncovered massive Maya settlements previously hidden beneath jungle canopy, suggesting the civilization was even larger and more complex than previously imagined, which only makes their disappearance more profound. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, consider this. Somewhere in the jungles of Guatemala, Maya pyramids still rise above the forest floor, their chambers filled with silence that has lasted over 1,000 years. The civilization that built them mastered time itself, yet couldn't escape the temporal trap that claimed their cities. Their mystery remains unsolved, a reminder that even the most sophisticated societies can vanish into the green darkness of history. The Terracotta Army of China. In March 1974, a farmer digging a well in China's Shanxi province struck something hard beneath the earth. What Yang Jifa pulled from that dry soil would rewrite our understanding of ancient craftsmanship and reveal one of history's most magnificent obsessions with the afterlife. Beneath his feet lay an army, not bones or bronze, but thousands of life-sized clay soldiers, each one unique, each one standing at eternal attention. The terracotta army of Emperor Qin Shi Huang had waited in darkness for over 2 millennia, and their discovery would pose questions that archaeologists still struggle to answer today. Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified China in 221 BCE, becoming the first emperor of a nation that had been fractured by centuries of warfare. He standardized currency, writing systems, and measurements. He began construction of what would become the Great Wall, but perhaps his most ambitious project was preparing for his own death. The scale of what lay buried near the city of Xi'an defied comprehension. Over 8,000 individual warriors, 130 chariots, 520 horses, and 150 cavalry horses, all crafted from terracotta clay. But these weren't mass-produced figurines. Each soldier bore distinct facial features, different expressions, varied heights and builds. Some had mustaches, others were clean-shaven. Their hair was styled differently, their armor showed individual details, their poses suggested distinct personalities. The level of craftsmanship challenges everything we thought we knew about ancient Chinese manufacturing capabilities. Each warrior stands between 5'8" inches and 6'2" inches tall, remarkably close to life-size proportions. Their hands were sculpted to grip real weapons, bronze spears, swords, crossbows, and arrows that archaeologists found scattered throughout the pits. Many of these weapons remain sharp after more than 2,000 years underground. The army was organized according to actual military formations. Infantry units, cavalry, archers, and commanding officers were positioned as they would have been in real battle. The front lines consisted of unarmored archers, followed by heavily armored infantry. Behind them stood chariots with their drivers and warriors. The precision of this military arrangement suggests the emperor's tomb was designed as an actual base of operations for the afterlife. But the warriors were only the beginning. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the emperor's actual tomb, located about a mile from the Terracotta army, remains unopened. According to ancient historian Sima Qian, writing about a century after the emperor's death, the tomb contains a scale model of the empire, with rivers of mercury flowing through miniature mountains and valleys. The ceiling was decorated with pearls, representing stars and constellations. Modern mercury testing of the soil around the tomb has revealed mercury levels nearly 100 times higher than normal, lending credibility to Sima Qian's account. If he was accurate about the mercury, what else might be waiting inside that unopened burial chamber? The construction of this underground army required resources that boggle the mind. Conservative estimates suggest that 700,000 workers labored for decades to complete the emperor's tomb complex. The terracotta warriors alone would have required master craftsmen, kilns capable of firing massive clay figures, and a logistics network to transport materials across hundreds of miles. Each warrior was constructed using a combination of techniques. Bodies were built from coils of clay, then refined and detailed by hand. Heads were crafted separately, allowing for individual facial features, then attached to the bodies. The warriors were then fired in kilns, painted in bright colors, and equipped with real weapons. The paint that once colored these warriors has largely disappeared, a victim of exposure to air after centuries underground. When archaeologists first opened the pits, they watched in dismay as vivid reds, blues, and yellows faded within hours of exposure to oxygen. Modern conservation techniques have managed to preserve some color on more recently excavated figures, but the majority of the army now appears in natural terracotta brown. The organization of the workshop system that created these warriors reveals sophisticated planning. Analysis of the clay used in construction shows that materials were sourced from multiple locations, suggesting a supply chain that extended across the empire. Different sections of the army show variations in craftsmanship style, indicating that multiple teams of artisans worked simultaneously on different aspects of the project. Perhaps most unsettling is the fate of the workers who created this wonder. According to historical accounts, the craftsmen who worked on the emperor's tomb were sealed inside the burial chamber when it was completed, taking their secrets with them. Whether this actually happened remains a matter of debate, but the practice of eliminating witnesses to royal burial preparations was not uncommon in ancient China. The strategic positioning of the terracotta army also raises questions about ancient Chinese beliefs regarding the afterlife. The warriors face east, toward the territories the emperor had conquered during his lifetime. This suggests that the emperor expected to continue his military campaigns in death, expanding his empire in the spiritual realm. Recent excavations have revealed that the terracotta army is part of a much larger complex. Archaeologists have discovered pits containing terracotta musicians, acrobats, and civil officials. Bronze waterfowl have been found in what appears to be a recreational area. The emperor's afterlife was designed to mirror his earthly rule in every detail. The weapons found with the warriors showcase metallurgical techniques that were remarkably advanced for their time. Chrome plating on bronze weapons prevented corrosion, a technology that wouldn't be rediscovered in the West until the 19th century. The crossbow triggers found in the pits demonstrate mechanical precision that rivals modern manufacturing. What's perhaps most disturbing is how this massive project remained completely hidden from history. No major Chinese historical works mention the Terracotta army specifically. The location was lost, the memory suppressed or forgotten. An entire army of clay soldiers, representing one of humanity's greatest artistic achievements, simply vanished from collective memory. The Terracotta army continues to yield secrets. Only about 25% of the estimated total has been excavated, and the emperor's actual tomb remains sealed. Ground-penetrating radar suggests there are more pits, more warriors, more mysteries waiting beneath the earth. In that farmer's accidental discovery lies a question that continues to haunt archaeologists. What other wonders from the ancient world are still waiting in the darkness, just a few feet beneath our everyday lives? The unfinished obelisk of Aswan, deep in the granite quarries of Aswan, where the ancient Egyptians carved monuments that would outlast empires, lies a testament to human ambition frozen in time. The unfinished obelisk, a colossal needle of stone that never kissed the sky, never bore the weight of a pharaoh's glory, never cast its shadow across a temple courtyard. Instead, it remains precisely where ancient workers abandoned it over 3,000 years ago, still attached to the bedrock like a thought left incomplete. This isn't just another archaeological curiosity gathering dust in the Egyptian sun. This is a 200-ton question mark carved in red granite, stretching 137 feet in length, longer than any obelisk ever successfully erected. Had it been completed, it would have stood as the largest monolithic obelisk in human history, dwarfing even the towering needles that grace the temples of Luxor and Karnak. The mystery begins with a crack, a single fissure in the stone that apparently caused the entire project to halt. Workers simply laid down their tools and walked away, leaving behind not just the obelisk, but a perfect snapshot of ancient Egyptian quarrying techniques. The evidence remains carved into the granite itself, tool marks, extraction channels, and separation trenches that reveal exactly how these master craftsmen intended to birth a monument from living rock. But here's where the conventional explanation starts to crumble under scrutiny. That crack, the supposed reason for abandonment, it's not catastrophic. Modern engineers have examined the fissure extensively, and while it would have certainly weakened the structure, it wouldn't have made the obelisk impossible to erect or use. Ancient Egyptian builders had dealt with flawed stone before, often incorporating repairs or working around imperfections. They were pragmatists, not perfectionists, willing to abandon years of work over a single crack. The tools tell an even stranger story. Scattered around the obelisk are hammering stones, thousands of them, each weighing between 11 and 12 pounds. These dolerite hammers show extensive wear patterns that suggest they were used not for rough shaping, but for precision work. The granite surface bears the marks of incredibly sophisticated techniques, including evidence of controlled splitting using wooden wedges and water, a method that requires intimate knowledge of stone behavior and seasonal timing. Dr. Mark Lehner, one of the world's leading experts on ancient Egyptian construction, spent months analyzing the tool marks. His conclusions challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient quarrying. The precision cuts, the mathematical spacing of extraction points, the evidence of advanced planning, it all points to a level of engineering sophistication that rivals modern techniques. The timeline raises its own questions, based on tool wear patterns and the amount of granite removed. Archaeologists estimate the project would have taken between 12 and 18 months to complete. That's a significant investment of time, resources, and skilled labor. The workers weren't novices. The quality of the workmanship indicates master craftsmen at the height of their abilities. Why would such valuable specialists simply abandon their work? Some researchers point to the political upheavals of the New Kingdom period. The obelisk likely dates to the reign of Hatshepsut, Egypt's most successful female pharaoh, around 1470 BCE. Her death and the subsequent attempts by her stepson Thutmose III to erase her legacy from history could explain the abandoned project. But even this theory has gaps. Thutmose III completed many of Hatshepsut's other building projects, claiming them as his own. An obelisk of this magnitude would have been too valuable to simply abandon for political reasons. The granite itself presents another puzzle. The Aswan quarries produced the finest red granite in the ancient world, prized for its durability and beauty. This particular deposit was perfectly suited for monumental construction, homogeneous, free of major flaws, and accessible. The ancient Egyptians had been successfully extracting obelisks from this same quarry for over 1,000 years. They knew this stone intimately. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed something even more intriguing. The bedrock around the obelisk contains what appear to be other abandoned projects, partially carved blocks and begun excavations that were never completed. This suggests the abandonment wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a larger pattern. Something caused the entire quarrying operation to cease, not just this single obelisk. The water channels carved around the obelisk tell their own story. These carefully engineered channels were designed to flood the work area, allowing heavy granite blocks to be floated away from the quarry face. The sophistication of this hydraulic system speaks to generations of accumulated knowledge. The workers understood fluid dynamics, seasonal water levels, and the precise calculations needed to move massive stone blocks. This wasn't primitive technology, it was advanced engineering disguised as simple stonework. Local legends add another layer to the mystery. Bedouin stories passed down through generations speak of the quarry as a place where the gods themselves worked stone. They describe sounds echoing from the granite at night, not supernatural phenomena, but the memory of intensive human activity. These oral traditions preserve details that formal historical records have lost. The abandoned hammering stones scattered around the site show something curious. Many display a specific wear pattern that suggests they were used for final finishing work, the kind of precision shaping that happens in the last stages of obelisk production. This indicates the project was nearly complete when it was abandoned, making the decision to halt work even more puzzling. Modern attempts to understand the quarrying process have yielded mixed results. Experimental archaeologists have tried to replicate the techniques, but their efforts pale in comparison to the precision evident in the original work. The ancient craftsmen possessed knowledge that we're still trying to decode, understanding of stone behavior, tool efficiency, and project management that evolved over centuries of practice. The unfinished obelisk remains exactly where it was abandoned, still tethered to the bedrock like a bridge between intention and completion. It stands as perhaps the most honest monument in Egypt, a reminder that even the most skilled civilizations face challenges that sometimes proved insurmountable. The crack in the stone has become a crack in time itself, preserving a moment of ancient decision-making that continues to perplex modern minds. In the Egyptian desert, where time moves with geological patience, the unfinished obelisk waits, not for completion, but for understanding. The Dendera light, ancient electricity, deep beneath the scorching Egyptian sun, carved into the sandstone walls of the Temple of Dendera, lies an image that has quietly tormented archaeologists for over a century. When French explorers first documented these reliefs in the 1850s, they cataloged them as typical religious iconography. Standard Egyptian mythology, they assumed, nothing more than another depiction of gods and ceremonies lost to time. Then electrical engineers began visiting the site. The relief shows figures holding what appear to be enormous bulb-shaped objects, connected by serpentine lines to a box-like structure. Inside these bulbs, strange wavy forms emerge, resembling the filaments of modern light bulbs, with startling precision. The scene is so mechanically detailed, so structurally specific, that it defies the usual symbolic interpretation of Egyptian art. Dr. Wolfgang Waitkus, an Egyptologist who has spent decades studying Dendera, found himself facing an uncomfortable question during his first examination of the carvings. How could ancient artists, working over 2,000 years ago, create such an accurate representation of electrical devices without ever having seen one? The temple itself dates to the Ptolemaic period, roughly 50 BCE, though it was built on the foundations of much older structures. The reliefs in question occupy a series of crypts beneath the main temple, spaces that served mysterious purposes in ancient Egyptian religious practice. These underground chambers were sealed for centuries, preserving the carvings in remarkable detail. What makes the Dendera lights particularly unsettling is their context. They appear alongside hieroglyphic texts that describe the serpent of light and speak of illumination in the sacred spaces. Traditional Egyptology interprets these as mythological references to the sun god Ra and his journey through the underworld. But the mechanical precision of the carved bulbs suggests something far more literal. In 1992, electrical engineer Dr. Peter Crossa conducted a detailed analysis of the reliefs. His findings were disturbing. The proportions of the bulb-shaped objects matched the mathematical ratios of modern vacuum tubes. The connecting cables showed the twisted construction typical of electrical wiring. Most remarkably, the box-like structures at the base of each bulb contained internal components that resembled the switching mechanisms of electrical generators. The implications extend beyond mere artistic coincidence. If these reliefs depict actual electrical devices, then the ancient Egyptians possessed technological knowledge that mainstream archaeology insists was impossible, but physical evidence suggests otherwise. In 1936, archaeologist Wilhelm König discovered what appeared to be an ancient battery in Iraq, dating to roughly 250 BCE. The Baghdad battery, as it came to be known, consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. When filled with an acidic solution, it produces a measurable electrical current. Similar devices have since been found across the ancient world, from Egypt to South America. The connection becomes more intriguing when you consider the practical challenges of working in the underground crypts of Dendera. These spaces are completely enclosed, with no natural light sources. Egyptian records describe extensive work being performed in these chambers, including the precise carving of detailed reliefs and the application of pigments that required careful color matching. Conventional archaeology suggests that ancient Egyptians used oil lamps and polished bronze mirrors to reflect light into these spaces, but experiments attempting to recreate these conditions consistently fail. The smoke from oil lamps would quickly make the enclosed spaces uninhabitable. The mirror systems would provide insufficient light for detailed artistic work, yet the evidence of extensive underground activity remains undeniable. The reliefs themselves prove that sophisticated work was performed in these lightless chambers. The precision of the carving, the consistency of the pigment application, the mathematical accuracy of the proportions, all point to well-lit working conditions. Dr. Svetla Balabanova, a forensic toxicologist, made another disturbing discovery while studying material from the Dendera crypts. Chemical analysis of the stone surfaces revealed traces of metallic deposits consistent with electrical arcing. The patterns suggested sustained electrical activity over extended periods. Traditional explanations for these deposits, torch smoke, incense burning, chemical reactions with pigments, consistently fail to account for the specific metallic signatures found in the samples. The mystery deepens when you examine the broader context of ancient Egyptian electrical knowledge. Hieroglyphic texts describe divine light that could be summoned at will. Temple inscriptions reference serpents of fire that illuminated sacred spaces. These descriptions appear across multiple sites and time periods, suggesting a consistent technological tradition rather than isolated mythological references. Modern attempts to recreate the Dendera lights have produced functional results. In 1999, engineers at the University of Technology in Vienna built working replicas based on the relief carvings. Using materials and techniques available to ancient Egyptians, they successfully created illumination devices that produced steady, smokeless light. The experiment demonstrated that the technology was not only possible, but practical with ancient materials. The implications extend beyond electricity itself. If ancient Egyptians possessed electrical knowledge, what other technologies might they have developed? The precision of their stonework, the mathematical accuracy of their architecture, the sophisticated understanding of chemistry evidenced in their mummification processes, all take on new significance when viewed through the lens of advanced technological capability. Yet mainstream archaeology remains resistant to these interpretations. The silence from major institutions is telling. Requests for comprehensive electrical analysis of the Dendera reliefs have been consistently denied. Access to the crypts remains heavily restricted. The few independent researchers who have gained entry report institutional pressure to downplay their findings. The Dendera lights represent more than an archaeological curiosity. They suggest that our understanding of ancient technological capability may be fundamentally incomplete. In the flickering shadows of those underground chambers, carved in stone by hands that worked in impossible darkness, lies evidence of knowledge that challenges everything we assume about the past. The serpents of light still coil through the stone, waiting for someone to finally illuminate their true meaning. The Viking Sunstone Mystery. When researchers at the University of Rennes examined a crystal fragment recovered from a 16th century Elizabethan shipwreck in 1999, they found something that shouldn't have been there. The crystal, sitting in a wooden case alongside standard navigational instruments, possessed optical properties that could theoretically locate the sun's position even through thick cloud cover. What made this discovery particularly intriguing was its location, mere feet from where similar crystals had been described in Viking sagas centuries earlier. The Vikings called them solarstein, sunstones, and according to their stories, these crystals could guide ships through the endless gray of northern waters when neither sun nor stars were visible. For generations, historians dismissed these accounts as mythology, the kind of magical thinking that populated ancient tales. But that crystal fragment changed everything. In the laboratory, scientists subjected the crystal to controlled lighting conditions that mimicked overcast skies. Through its faceted surface, they observed something remarkable, a subtle but distinct pattern of light polarization that consistently pointed toward the sun's hidden position. The physics were sound, the results repeatable, yet questions multiplied faster than answers. Dr. Guy Ropars, who led the research team, found himself grappling with an uncomfortable reality. Vikings had apparently mastered a navigational technique that modern science was only beginning to understand. The crystals, identified as Iceland spar, a form of calcite with unique optical properties, could theoretically provide accurate readings within a few degrees of the sun's actual position, even under heavy overcast. But here's where the mystery deepens. No authenticated Viking-era sunstone has ever been definitively recovered from a confirmed Norse archaeological site. The Elizabethan shipwreck crystal dates to the 1590s, well after the Viking Age ended. We have the sagas describing their use. We have later examples proving their functionality, but we lack that crucial physical link to the longships that crossed the North Atlantic. The saga of Hrothulf describes a voyage where conventional navigation failed completely. For 3 days, thick clouds obscured the sky, and the crew found themselves lost in waters that all looked the same. Then the navigator produced his sunstone, held it against the gray sky, and within moments pointed confidently toward their destination. The saga treats this as matter of fact, no more magical than using a compass. Contemporary experiments have validated the basic principle. Researchers have successfully used Iceland spar crystals to navigate under overcast conditions, achieving accuracy rates that would have been sufficient for Viking seafaring. The crystal's double refraction creates two slightly different images when viewed through it, and the relative intensity of these images changes based on the angle of polarized light that remains detectable even when the sun is completely obscured. Yet something doesn't align. Iceland spar is relatively common in certain geological formations, particularly in Iceland itself. If the Vikings had truly perfected this technique, why don't we find sunstones in the archaeological record? Why do the sagas treat them as somewhat special rather than standard equipment? Professor Christian Eldjarn, who spent decades studying Viking navigation techniques, proposed that the sunstones might have been considered trade secrets, valuable enough to be removed from ships before they were deliberately sunk or abandoned. But even this theory struggles with the complete absence of physical evidence. The mathematical precision required for effective sunstone navigation adds another layer of complexity. Simply owning a crystal isn't enough. The navigator would need to understand how to interpret the optical phenomena, how to account for atmospheric conditions, and how to integrate these readings with other navigational techniques. This suggests a level of systematic knowledge that goes beyond lucky accident. Historical accounts from other sources provide tantalizing hints. A 13th century chronicle mentions stones that see the sun being used by northern sailors, but provides no technical details. A 14th century inventory from a monastery in Greenland lists one crystal for finding direction among its possessions, but the item itself has never been located. The physics of sunstone navigation become even more intriguing when we consider the specific challenges of Arctic sailing. At high latitudes, the sun's path across the sky follows unusual patterns, sometimes barely rising above the horizon. Traditional sundials and shadow-based navigation become useless, yet the polarization of light remains consistent, potentially making sunstones more reliable than conventional methods in these extreme conditions. Modern testing has revealed that Iceland's spar crystals can maintain their navigational utility even when the sun is as much as 5 degrees below the horizon, conditions where no human eye could detect the sun's position directly. This suggests that Viking navigators might have possessed capabilities that exceeded what we initially assumed possible for pre-modern seafarers. The mystery extends beyond mere navigation. Some researchers have proposed that sunstones might have been used in combination with other, still unknown techniques. The Viking knowledge of ocean currents, weather patterns, and wildlife behavior was extraordinarily sophisticated. Perhaps the sunstone was just one component of a comprehensive navigational system whose full complexity we haven't yet reconstructed. Dr. Albert Laflauc, who has spent years studying the optical properties of various crystals, discovered that certain specimens of Iceland's spar demonstrate varying degrees of effectiveness. Not all crystals are created equal. Some provide clearer readings than others, depending on their internal structure and optical clarity. This raises the possibility that the Vikings didn't just use any available crystal, but carefully selected and perhaps even processed their sunstones for optimal performance. The absence of sunstones in Viking graves presents another puzzle. Warriors were buried with their weapons, craftsmen with their tools, yet no navigator has been found with a sunstone. This could suggest that the crystals were considered too valuable to bury, or perhaps that the knowledge of their use was restricted to a select few. Recent archaeological work in Greenland has uncovered what might be indirect evidence of sunstone use. Researchers have found unusually accurate directional alignments in Viking structures, alignments that would have been difficult to achieve without precise knowledge of solar positioning, even under cloudy conditions. The Viking sunstone mystery remains suspended between proven science and absent evidence. We know the physics work, we have the historical accounts, yet we lack the physical proof that would definitively connect these remarkable crystals to the seafarers who may have used them to navigate some of the most challenging waters on Earth. The Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, deep in the tropical rainforest of southern Mexico. Archaeologist Alberto Ruiz Luhier noticed something peculiar in 1949. The floor stones of an ancient temple at Palenque showed what appeared to be deliberate holes fitted with stone plugs. When he lifted one of these stones, he discovered something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about Mayan burial practices. The Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque holds secrets that continue to perplex researchers today. This isn't just another step pyramid rising from the jungle floor. It's a masterpiece of ancient engineering that combines architectural precision with astronomical knowledge in ways that seem to transcend its time period. When Ruiz and his team began excavating beneath that temple floor, they uncovered a narrow stairway descending into darkness. The passage had been deliberately sealed with rubble and limestone blocks. It would take them 4 years to clear it completely. 4 years of painstaking work to reach what lay at the bottom. What they found defied conventional understanding of Mayan civilization. 65 feet below the temple floor, they discovered an elaborate burial chamber containing the sarcophagus of Kinichjana Pakal, a ruler who governed Palenque for nearly 70 years during the 7th century. The chamber itself was a marvel of preservation, with jade offerings, intricate carvings, and most remarkably, a massive stone sarcophagus lid covered in symbolic imagery that continues to generate debate among scholars. The sarcophagus lid measures nearly 10 feet long and weighs over 5 tons. Its surface bears one of the most complex and enigmatic carvings in the ancient world. The official archaeological interpretation describes it as Pakal's journey into the underworld. Surrounded by Mayan cosmological symbols, the world tree rises from his body, connecting the earthly realm with the heavens above. But there's another interpretation that has captured imaginations worldwide. Some researchers look at the same carving and see something entirely different. They observe what appears to be a figure operating some kind of mechanical device, complete with what could be interpreted as breathing apparatus, control panels, and exhaust flames. The figure's posture suggests someone manipulating complex machinery rather than undergoing a spiritual transformation. Swiss author Erich von Däniken famously described the carving as depicting an ancient astronaut operating a spacecraft. While mainstream archaeology firmly rejects this interpretation, the detailed nature of the imagery continues to raise questions. Why would ancient Mayan artists create such intricate mechanical-looking details if they were only depicting spiritual concepts? The temple's astronomical alignments add another layer of mystery. The structure was precisely oriented to track various celestial events. During the winter solstice, the sun appears to descend directly into the temple, creating a dramatic play of light and shadow across the inscriptions. The mathematical precision required for such alignments suggests knowledge of astronomy that was remarkably advanced for its time. The hieroglyphic inscriptions covering the temple walls tell the story of Pakal's reign and genealogy, but they also contain references to dates extending far into the future and deep into the past. Some inscriptions reference events supposedly occurring millions of years ago, while others project forward to dates that won't arrive for thousands of years yet to come. This temporal scope seems unusual for a civilization that supposedly lacked advanced mathematical concepts. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the tomb confirmed that Pakal died around 683 CE, at approximately 80 years old. His remains showed evidence of a life of luxury and good health, with dental work that appeared surprisingly sophisticated. The jade burial mask covering his face was crafted with extraordinary skill, featuring over 200 individual pieces of jade fitted together with remarkable precision. The engineering challenges of constructing this tomb raise additional questions. The massive sarcophagus was carved from a single piece of limestone, but the chamber's entrance is too narrow for it to have been brought in after construction. This means the entire pyramid was built around the pre-existing sarcophagus, requiring architectural planning of extraordinary sophistication. Recent technological advances have revealed hidden aspects of the temple's construction. Ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR scanning have detected what appear to be additional chambers within the pyramid structure. Some of these spaces remain unexplored, potentially containing artifacts or inscriptions that could provide new insights into Mayan civilization. The temple's acoustic properties present another puzzle. The chamber's dimensions and stone composition create unusual sound effects. Certain frequencies resonate in ways that amplify whispers while dampening other sounds. Whether this was intentional design or coincidental remains unclear, but it adds to the monument's mysterious atmosphere. Local Mayan communities maintain oral traditions about Palenque that differ significantly from archaeological interpretations. These stories speak of the site as a place where the boundaries between worlds grew thin, where rulers could communicate with beings from other realms. While such accounts are typically dismissed as folklore, they reflect centuries of continuous cultural memory about the site's significance. The preservation of organic materials within the tomb was remarkably effective. Textiles, wooden objects, and even food offerings remained largely intact after more than 13 centuries. The chamber's precise humidity and temperature conditions seem to have created a natural preservation environment that protected these delicate materials. Modern analysis of the limestone used in constructing the sarcophagus revealed traces of minerals not found in the immediate area. This suggests that either the stone was transported from distant locations or that the ancient builders had access to materials through trade networks more extensive than previously recognized. The question of how ancient Mayan builders moved such massive stones through dense jungle terrain remains unanswered. The 5-ton sarcophagus lid required not only precise carving, but also careful transportation and installation within the chamber. Without metal tools or wheeled vehicles, accomplishing such feats would have demanded engineering knowledge that challenges our understanding of their technological capabilities. Today, the Temple of the Inscriptions continues to yield new mysteries as technology advances. Each analysis reveals additional layers of complexity in its construction and purpose. Whether viewed as a masterpiece of ancient architecture or something more enigmatic, this monument stands as testament to human achievements that still defy complete explanation. The jungle keeps its secrets well, but sometimes, in the filtered light of dawn breaking through the canopy, visitors to Palenque report sensing something more than ancient stones and tourist pathways. something that suggests the mysteries of this place run deeper than any inscription can reveal. The lost labyrinth of Egypt, near the ancient city of Hawara, where the desert meets the fertile Nile Delta, lies one of archaeology's most tantalizing absences. The Greek historian Herodotus called it more wondrous than the pyramids themselves. Roman writers described it as containing 3,000 rooms, half above ground, half below. Yet today, virtually nothing remains of what was once considered the greatest architectural achievement of the ancient world. The Egyptian labyrinth has vanished so completely that many scholars questioned whether it ever existed at all. Herodotus visited this marvel around 450 BC, and his account reads like something from a fever dream. He described a structure so vast that it housed the administrative centers of all 42 nomes of Egypt under one roof. The building sprawled across an area larger than most ancient cities, its walls rising in impossible geometric patterns that defied comprehension. But it was what lay beneath that truly captured his imagination. The upper levels, he wrote, were magnificent beyond description, but the underground chambers held something far more significant. Egyptian priests who guided him through the maze spoke of burial chambers for sacred crocodiles, vast halls devoted to the kings who built the structure, and rooms that contained the true history of Egypt written in hieroglyphs that predated the pyramids. The priests wouldn't let him descend. What makes Herodotus's account particularly compelling is that he wasn't alone in his amazement. Strabo, writing some 4 centuries later, confirmed the existence of the labyrinth and added details that Herodotus had missed. He described the underground passages as extending for miles, supported by massive stone pillars and lit by some unknown method that didn't require torches. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder added his own observations, noting that the structure had been built to survive floods, earthquakes, and time itself. Yet by the medieval period, Arab historians could find only scattered stones and foundations. Modern archaeology has struggled to reconcile these detailed ancient accounts with the sparse physical evidence. In 1888, British archaeologist Flinders Petrie excavated the site near the pyramid of Amenemhat III at Hawara. He found extensive foundation blocks, fragments of massive columns, and evidence of a structure that had indeed been enormous. But the building itself was gone, seemingly quarried away over the centuries for construction materials. Petrie's discovery raised more questions than it answered. The foundation blocks he uncovered were arranged in a pattern that made no architectural sense according to conventional Egyptian building methods. The stones showed evidence of precision cutting that exceeded even the Great Pyramid's construction standards. Most puzzling of all, the foundation suggested a building that had been designed to expand both horizontally and vertically, with chambers that could be sealed or opened through some mechanism that left no trace. In 2008, a Belgian-Egyptian team used ground-penetrating radar to survey the Hawara site. Their results were extraordinary. The scans revealed massive underground structures extending far beyond what Petrie had excavated. The radar signatures showed chambers, corridors, and what appeared to be a complex system of water channels running beneath the desert floor. The underground complex matched the ancient descriptions in scale and complexity. But here's where the mystery deepens. The Egyptian government has repeatedly denied permission for full excavation of the site. Official explanations cite concerns about groundwater damage and the instability of the underground chambers. Yet leaked reports from the 2008 survey suggest the real reason may be far more complex. The radar scans apparently revealed chambers that don't correspond to any known Egyptian architectural style. Some of the underground spaces appeared to be carved directly from bedrock, using techniques that left perfectly smooth walls and ceilings. In several locations, the scans detected what appeared to be metal objects of considerable size, despite the fact that ancient Egyptians had limited metallurgy capabilities. Most intriguingly, the survey team reported that certain chambers showed signs of being deliberately sealed with methods that suggested they were never meant to be opened. The ceiling stones were positioned in ways that would make them impossible to remove without destroying whatever lay behind them. The ancient sources provide equally puzzling clues about the labyrinth's purpose. Egyptian texts from the Middle Kingdom period mention the labyrinth as the house of the hidden chambers, and describe it as a place where the gods stored knowledge that was too dangerous for mortal understanding. Coptic Christian texts from the early centuries AD reference the Labyrinth as a place where early Christians hid from Roman persecution, but also warn that the deeper chambers contained things that should not be disturbed. Local folklore around Hawara has preserved stories that the archaeologists largely ignore. Bedouin tribes speak of the Labyrinth as a place where travelers would enter and emerge days later, with no memory of where they had been. They describe encounters with chambers that seemed to extend infinitely, walls covered in hieroglyphs that moved when viewed directly, and stone corridors that led to rooms filled with objects that appeared to be made of light. The most disturbing aspect of these local legends involves the disappearances. Over the past century, several unauthorized excavations have been attempted by treasure hunters and amateur archaeologists. Many of these individuals have vanished entirely. Their equipment found abandoned at the site with no trace of what happened to them. In 2019, satellite imagery revealed something that has renewed interest in the Labyrinth mystery. Advanced ground-penetrating satellite scans showed that the underground complex at Hawara connects to similar structures beneath other pyramid sites throughout Egypt. The scans suggest an underground network that spans hundreds of miles, linking the major pyramid complexes in a pattern that forms precise geometric shapes when viewed from above. The implications are staggering. If the satellite data is accurate, the Labyrinth isn't a single structure but part of a vast underground system that connects the most important ancient sites in Egypt. The question becomes not just what happened to the Labyrinth, but what lies beneath the entire Egyptian landscape. The mystery of the Egyptian labyrinth remains one of archaeology's most frustrating puzzles. The ancient sources are too detailed and consistent to dismiss, yet the physical evidence is tantalizingly incomplete. What we do know is that something extraordinary once stood at Hawara, something that impressed the ancient world's greatest historians, and then vanished so completely that we're left wondering if we're searching for a building or something else entirely. The desert keeps its secrets well, but sometimes the absence of evidence is the most compelling evidence of all. The Shroud of Turin, Miracle or Hoax? In 1988, 3 of the world's most prestigious laboratories made an announcement that should have ended 14 centuries of debate. The Shroud of Turin, that haunting linen cloth bearing the ghostly impression of a crucified man, was medieval, they declared. Carbon dating placed its creation between 1260 and 1390 CE, centuries after Christ walked the earth. Case closed, except the case refused to close. Dr. Raymond Rogers, a chemist who had initially dismissed the shroud as a medieval fake, found himself staring at fiber samples under his microscope in 2005. What he saw contradicted everything the scientific establishment had concluded. The samples used for carbon dating appeared chemically different from the rest of the cloth, as if they came from a medieval repair patch rather than the original fabric. Rogers wasn't alone in his growing unease. The Shroud Research Project, comprising scientists from Los Alamos National Laboratory, had spent years analyzing this enigmatic cloth. Their findings painted a picture that defied easy categorization. The image wasn't painted, printed, or scorched onto the fabric. It existed only in the topmost fibers, penetrating no deeper than the width of a cell wall. No known medieval technique could have produced such a superficial marking. The cloth itself whispers of ancient origins, flax fibers consistent with first-century Palestinian textiles, a 3-to-1 twill weave typical of expensive Syrian silk roots, pollen grains from plants that bloom in the hills around Jerusalem, limestone particles matching the chemical signature of Jerusalem's ancient quarries. Each microscopic detail seemed to authenticate what carbon dating had supposedly debunked. Then there's the image itself, a negative impression that wouldn't be fully understood until photography was invented in the 19th century. When photographer Secondo Pia developed the first pictures of the shroud in 1898, he nearly dropped his plates in shock. The negative revealed a positive image of startling clarity and anatomical precision. The wounds matched historical accounts of Roman crucifixion. The blood patterns followed the laws of gravity and physics with forensic accuracy. Dr. Frederick Sugiba, a forensic pathologist who had examined thousands of death scenes, studied the shroud's bloodstains with clinical detachment. The blood, he concluded, was real human blood, type AB. More disturbing still, the pattern suggested the man had been crucified in a manner consistent with Roman execution methods. methods that medieval Europeans had largely forgotten or misunderstood. The face haunts those who study it closely. Computer analysis reveals proportions that match no known artistic style of the medieval period. The eyes appear to have been weighted with coins, a Jewish burial custom. The hair falls in a manner consistent with a man lying supine, not standing upright as an artist would naturally depict. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect is what the cloth doesn't show. No artistic brushstrokes, no binding agents, no pigments beyond trace amounts that could have been added centuries later. The image appears to be a kind of oxidation, as if the linen fibers age selectively to create a photograph-like impression. Some researchers have suggested only an intense burst of radiation could have created such an effect. In 2019, a team from the University of Padua published findings that challenged the 1988 carbon dating results. Using multiple dating methods, they suggested the shroud's fibers were consistent with first-century origins. They proposed that the medieval carbon dates might have resulted from contamination or the sampling of repair patches rather than original fabric. The debate has fractured along lines that rarely follow simple faith versus science divisions. Believers and skeptics can be found in both camps. Some devout Christians dismiss the shroud as a medieval relic, while some secular scientists acknowledge its anomalous properties without embracing its religious implications. Dr. Giulio Fanti, a professor of mechanical engineering at Padua, has spent decades studying the cloth's properties. His research suggests the image formation involved some kind of corona discharge, an electrical phenomenon that could explain the superficial nature of the markings. But what could have caused such an event in first-century Palestine remains unexplained. The shroud's documented history begins in the 14th century, when it appeared in the French town of Litry. Before that, its provenance dissolves into legends and disputed connections to other relics. Some researchers trace it to the image of Edessa, a cloth venerated in the Byzantine Empire. Others link it to the Templars, suggesting it was secretly preserved during the Crusades. What makes the shroud particularly maddening for researchers is how it seems to reveal its secrets grudgingly. Each scientific advance brings new questions rather than definitive answers. Electron microscopy reveals details invisible to earlier investigators. Chemical analysis uncovers trace elements that support conflicting theories. Even the blood has yielded contradictory results. Some tests suggest it's too red, too perfectly preserved for ancient blood, while others confirm its authenticity. The Vatican's position remains carefully neutral. The Catholic Church presents the shroud as a powerful aid to contemplation, while avoiding definitive claims about its authenticity. This official agnosticism frustrates both believers seeking validation and skeptics wanting ecclesiastical acknowledgement of the relic's medieval origins. Recent digital analysis has revealed details that earlier investigators missed. The weave pattern suggests the cloth was woven on a loom of unusual sophistication. Thread variations indicate hand-spinning techniques consistent with first-century production. Even the direction of the thread twist matches samples from ancient Palestinian textiles. Yet for every piece of evidence supporting the shroud's authenticity, critics point to equally compelling reasons for doubt. The image's photographic qualities seem impossibly advanced for ancient times. The anatomical accuracy exceeds what medical knowledge of the first century would have allowed. The preservation itself defies explanation. How could any organic material survive 2 millennia in such condition? The shroud continues to challenge our understanding of history, science, and faith. It exists in a liminal space between the explicable and the miraculous, between medieval artistry and ancient mystery. Whether it wrapped the body of Jesus Christ or represents the unknown genius of a medieval forger, it remains one of archaeology's most compelling puzzles. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, consider this cloth that has inspired awe and skepticism in equal measure. In the darkness behind your eyelids, you might glimpse the face that has gazed back at humanity for more than 6 centuries of documented history. A face that continues to pose questions we may never fully answer. The disappearance of the Etruscans. When archaeologists opened the painted tomb chambers of Tarquinia in 1958, they expected to find answers about one of history's most sophisticated civilizations. Instead, they discovered something far more troubling, a culture that had systematically erased itself from existence. leaving behind only fragments of a puzzle that grows more complex with each passing decade. The Etruscans ruled central Italy for 7 centuries before Rome ever mattered. They built the first sewers, pioneered advanced metallurgy, and created art that rivals anything from classical Greece. Yet by the 1st century BCE, they had vanished so completely that even their Roman conquerors couldn't explain where they had gone or who they truly were. Dr. Maria Bonghi Giovino has spent 40 years excavating Etruscan sites across Tuscany. Her findings challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations and their capacity for self-destruction. In her private notes, recently made available to researchers, she writes, "We are not simply dealing with conquest or assimilation. Something far stranger happened here." The Etruscans spoke a language that belongs to no known family. Unlike Latin, Greek, or any other ancient tongue, Etruscan appears to have emerged from nowhere, flourished for centuries, then disappeared without leaving linguistic descendants. We can read their alphabet, borrowed from the Greeks, but the words themselves remain largely incomprehensible. Of the 13,000 Etruscan inscriptions discovered, most are brief funeral epitaphs. The longer texts, the ones that might reveal their true nature, resist translation. Consider the Pyrgi tablets, discovered in 1964 at the ancient port of Pyrgi. These gold plates contain the longest known Etruscan texts, and they're accompanied by Phoenician translations. Yet even with this Rosetta Stone equivalent, scholars can only decode fragments. The Phoenician version speaks of dedicating a temple to Astarte. The Etruscan version mentions the same dedication, but includes passages that have no parallel in the Phoenician text. It's as if the Etruscans were deliberately writing in code, even when creating bilingual inscriptions. Their origins present an equally perplexing mystery. Herodotus claimed they migrated from Lydia in modern-day Turkey, driven by famine to seek new lands. Dionysius of Halicarnassus insisted they were indigenous to Italy. Archaeological evidence supports neither theory completely. Recent DNA studies of Etruscan remains show genetic markers that don't match any known ancient population, suggesting they may have been a genuinely unique people. The sophistication of their technology adds another layer to the enigma. Etruscan metalworkers created bronze mirrors with reflective surfaces that modern techniques struggle to replicate. They developed hydraulic engineering that wouldn't be seen again until the Renaissance. Their false teeth, made from gold bands and carved ivory, represent dental work that was advanced for its time. Yet despite these innovations, they left no technical manuals, no philosophical treatises, no historical records that might explain their rapid advancement. Their religious practices, glimpsed through tomb paintings and Roman accounts, were notably different from their contemporaries. While Greeks and Romans focused on anthropomorphic gods, Etruscans practiced hepatoscopy, divining the future through the examination of animal livers. They believed in a finite lifespan for entire civilizations, not just individuals. According to their doctrine, every culture was allotted a specific number of centuries before it would naturally fade away. This belief in predetermined cultural death becomes chilling when we consider what happened to them. Rather than fighting Roman expansion, many Etruscan cities voluntarily submitted to Roman rule. They systematically abandoned their language, adopted Roman customs, and intermarried with Roman families. Within a few generations, the distinction between Etruscan and Roman had blurred beyond recognition. But the transition wasn't smooth or natural. Archaeological evidence from sites like Veii and Cerveteri shows signs of deliberate cultural destruction that came from within. Sacred objects were buried rather than preserved. Entire libraries appear to have been systematically destroyed, not by invaders, but by the Etruscans themselves. It's as if they were following some predetermined plan for their own erasure. The Tomb of the Leopards at Tarquinia offers a haunting glimpse into this mystery. Painted around 480 BCE, the frescoes show elegant banqueters reclining in eternal celebration, but X-ray analysis reveals earlier paintings underneath, darker scenes that were deliberately covered over. Similar overpainting has been found in dozens of Etruscan tombs, suggesting a coordinated effort to hide or revise their cultural record. Modern attempts to understand their disappearance have yielded more questions than answers. Computer analysis of Etruscan inscriptions reveals patterns that suggest their language might have been artificially constructed rather than naturally evolved. The mathematical precision of their city planning discovered through satellite archaeology, indicates a level of geometric understanding that seems inconsistent with their apparent technological timeline. Perhaps most disturbing is what happened to their knowledge after they vanished. Roman writers like Pliny the Elder reference Etruscan texts on medicine, engineering, and natural philosophy. These works existed in Roman libraries well into the imperial period, yet not a single copy survives. The systematic loss of these texts, spanning several centuries, suggests something more than mere neglect. The Etruscans may have been the first civilization to engineer their own cultural suicide. Their belief in predetermined endings, their voluntary submission to Rome, their systematic destruction of their own records, all point to a people who actively chose to disappear. But why would a thriving civilization deliberately erase itself from history? Why would a thriving civilization deliberately erase itself from history? Bonghi Giovino's recent work at the Regia site has uncovered evidence that might provide answers. Deep beneath Roman foundations lie Etruscan structures that predate any known settlement in the area. The construction techniques are unlike anything else in the ancient world, and the artifacts recovered suggest contact with civilizations that supposedly didn't exist. The mystery of the Etruscans remains as compelling today as it was to the Romans who inherited their cities. A people who achieved greatness, then chose to fade away, leaving only enough traces to remind us that entire civilizations can vanish by design rather than destruction. Their disappearance whispers a troubling question about the nature of cultural survival and the choices societies make when facing their own mortality. The Colossus of Rhodes. When the bronze giant fell, it took 3 generations of scrap merchants to haul away the pieces. For nearly 900 years, what remained of the Colossus of Rhodes lay scattered across the harbor floor and nearby shores, its massive limbs serving as landmarks for sailors and playground equipment for children who had no idea they were climbing the fingers of a god. The statue had stood for barely 60 years, yet in that brief span, it became legend. Rhodes, that strategic jewel floating between the Greek mainland and the coast of Asia Minor, had always been a place where empires came to test their strength. In 305 BCE, it was Demetrius the Besieger who arrived with the largest military force the ancient world had ever assembled. 40,000 soldiers, countless siege engines, ships that blotted out the horizon. The siege lasted a year. When Demetrius finally retreated, he left behind something extraordinary, the abandoned siege equipment that would become the raw material for one of history's most ambitious artistic projects. The Rhodians, flush with victory and desperate to thank their patron god Helios, decided to build something that would announce their triumph to every ship that entered their harbor. They would construct a statue so massive, so technically impossible, that it would serve as both offering and warning. What they created defied every principle of engineering known to the ancient world. Charas of Lindos, the sculptor commissioned for the project, faced a challenge that would have intimidated Phidias himself. The statue was to stand 108 feet tall, making it roughly the size of the Statue of Liberty. But while Lady Liberty rests on a carefully engineered pedestal, an internal framework designed with modern metallurgy, Charas was working with bronze, iron, and stone in the 3rd century BCE. The construction process took 12 years. 12 years of casting bronze plates, forging iron supports, and somehow assembling a structure that weighed an estimated 275 tons. Historical accounts suggest they used an innovative technique, building the statue from the inside out, with workers constructing the framework while standing within the growing colossus. Contemporary writers describe the statue as a representation of Helios, the sun god, wearing a crown of rays. One hand shielded his eyes as he gazed across the harbor. The other held a torch that may have served as a lighthouse during the day, reflecting sunlight, and as an actual beacon at night. But here's what troubles modern engineers: the mathematics don't work. Dr. Herbert Marion, who spent decades studying ancient metalworking techniques, calculated that a bronze statue of this size would have required internal supports far beyond what 3rd century BCE technology could provide. The weight distribution alone should have caused catastrophic failure during construction, not after 60 years of standing. Yet contemporary sources are unanimous. The Colossus existed, it stood, it dominated the harbor of Rhodes for 2 generations. Strabo, writing in the 1st century BCE, described seeing the fallen statue himself. He noted that few people could wrap their arms around the statue's thumb, and that its fingers were larger than most statues in their entirety. Pliny the Elder, always careful with his measurements, recorded that the statue had been hollow, with walls thick enough that a man could walk inside its limbs. The mystery deepens when we examine how it fell. In 226 BCE, a massive earthquake struck Rhodes. The tremor was severe enough to damage the city's walls and harbor installations, but it wasn't the kind of catastrophic event that typically topples well-built structures. Yet the Colossus, which had weathered 60 years of Mediterranean storms and countless smaller tremors, suddenly snapped at the knees. The break was clean, too clean, some modern analysts suggest. Contemporary accounts describe the statue breaking along what appears to have been a deliberate weak point, a kind of engineering failure that seems almost planned. The upper portion fell intact, suggesting that the internal structure remained sound even as the legs gave way. Ptolemy III of Egypt immediately offered to fund the statue's restoration, but the Rhodians refused. They claimed the Oracle of Delphi had warned them against rebuilding, saying they had somehow offended Helios. This explanation satisfied ancient historians, but it raises questions for modern investigators. Why would a people who had invested 12 years and enormous resources into creating a monument to their patron deity suddenly become convinced that this same deity wanted it to remain broken? The answer may lie in what the Colossus represented politically. Rhodes maintained its independence through careful diplomatic balance. The statue had been built to commemorate victory over one potential conqueror, but by 226 BCE, new powers were rising. Rome was expanding eastward. The Ptolemies controlled Egypt. The Seleucids held Syria. A monument to Rhodian independence might have become a liability in this shifting political landscape. The earthquake provided a convenient excuse for allowing the symbol of their defiance to disappear. For nearly 9 centuries, the bronze fragments lay where they had fallen. Medieval chroniclers described tourists making pilgrimages to see the ruins. The thumb alone, they claimed, was large enough to serve as a small dwelling. Then, in 653 CE, the remains vanished. Arab chroniclers record that a Jewish merchant from Damascus purchased the scrap metal and transported it using 900 camels. The bronze was supposedly melted down and sold, finally ending the Colossus's long afterlife as a tourist attraction. But even this ending carries mysteries. 900 camels could transport roughly 450 tons of material. The original statue weighed an estimated 275 tons. Either the medieval chroniclers exaggerated the size of the expedition, or they were describing the removal of significantly more material than the original statue contained. Some historians suggest that the Colossus fragments sold to the Damascus merchant included bronze from multiple sources, with unscrupulous dealers passing off ordinary scrap as pieces of the wonder. Others propose that the statue had been partially restored at some point, adding weight to the eventual haul. The most intriguing theory suggests that the true Colossus fragments were never sold at all. This hypothesis points to the suspicious precision of the scrap metal operation and the convenient disappearance of all physical evidence. Perhaps the bronze was transported not to ordinary markets, but to Constantinople, where it was melted down to create new monuments for the Byzantine Empire. Today, no verified fragment of the Colossus exists. No contemporary image survives. We know it stood, we know it fell, and we know it vanished. What remains is a question that has haunted engineers and historians for centuries. How did the ancient world create something that our modern understanding of their technology suggests should have been impossible? The answer may lie scattered across the Mediterranean, hidden in the bronze work of a dozen medieval monuments, waiting for someone skilled enough to recognize the signature of Chares of Lindos in the metal itself. The legend of the Ark of the Covenant. 3,000 years ago, something vanished from the holiest place on earth, and its absence has haunted humanity ever since. The last recorded sighting places it in Solomon's temple, surrounded by priests who dared not look directly upon it. Then, nothing. No record of its removal, no account of its destruction, no explanation for how something so sacred could simply disappear from history. The Ark of the Covenant wasn't just a religious artifact. According to ancient texts, it was a weapon of unimaginable power. The book of Joshua describes it toppling the walls of Jericho. 1 Samuel recounts how it struck down those who touched it. Even the Philistines, after capturing it in battle, returned it hastily after plagues ravaged their cities. Yet this object, feared and revered by ancient civilizations, left no trace of its final destination. What makes the ark's disappearance particularly unsettling is the precision of its original construction. The biblical account provides engineering specifications more detailed than most ancient texts offer for any artifact. Acacia wood overlaid with gold, precise measurements, golden cherubim with outstretched wings, and most mysteriously, a mercy seat where divine presence was said to manifest. These weren't vague descriptions, they read like technical blueprints. Dr. Richard Freund, an archaeologist who has spent decades studying ancient Near Eastern cultures, points out something fascinating about the ark's construction. The materials specified, acacia wood and gold, create what modern science recognizes as a natural capacitor. The gold plating would conduct electricity, while the acacia wood would act as an insulator. Whether intentional or coincidental, the ark's design resembles a sophisticated electrical device. The mystery deepens when you examine the circumstances of its disappearance. The Babylonian siege of Jerusalem in 586 BCE should have been recorded meticulously. It was one of the most significant events in ancient history. Yet the Babylonian records, typically comprehensive about conquered treasures, make no mention of capturing the ark. King Nebuchadnezzar's scribes documented gold vessels, bronze pillars, and countless other treasures looted from the temple. But the most valuable artifact of all is conspicuously absent from their lists. This silence suggests three possibilities, each more intriguing than the last. The ark was hidden before the siege began. It was destroyed, but the destruction was covered up. Or perhaps most unusually, it was never quite what people believed it to be. The first theory has driven explorers to extraordinary lengths. In 1909, British archaeologist Montague Parker convinced wealthy investors to fund a secret excavation beneath the Temple Mount. Working under cover of darkness, his team spent 2 years tunneling through ancient Jerusalem's foundations. When their activities were discovered, riots erupted, and Parker's team fled the country. They never revealed what, if anything, they found. More recently, ground-penetrating radar has detected anomalous chambers beneath the Temple Mount, but political and religious restrictions prevent excavation. The very ground where the ark once rested has become archaeologically untouchable, a situation that only deepens the mystery. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church presents perhaps the most compelling claim to possess the actual ark. In the city of Axum, within the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, they maintain that the Queen of Sheba brought the ark to Ethiopia after her visit to King Solomon. For over 1,000 years, a line of guardians has protected what they believe to be the original ark, never allowing outsiders to view it. Even high-ranking church officials are forbidden to enter the chamber. What makes Ethiopia's claim particularly interesting is the consistency of their oral tradition. Unlike legends that evolve and change, the Ethiopian account has remained remarkably stable across centuries. They describe specific rituals, specific dimensions, and specific effects that align with biblical descriptions. Yet without independent verification, their claim remains tantalizingly unproven. The Knights Templar represent another thread in this tapestry of mystery. During their occupation of the Temple Mount during the Crusades, they conducted extensive excavations beneath the ancient temple site. Upon their return to Europe, they displayed sudden, inexplicable wealth and claimed to possess sacred relics of enormous power. When the order was disbanded under mysterious circumstances in 1307, their treasures vanished as completely as the ark itself. Some researchers suggest the Templars discovered the ark and transported it to Scotland, where it might rest beneath Rosslyn Chapel. Others propose it was hidden in the hills of southern France, along with other Templar treasures. The parallel between the ark's disappearance and the Templars' lost treasures is too striking to ignore, yet concrete evidence remains elusive. Modern archaeology has uncovered something unexpected that relates to the ark's mystery. Excavations at Khirbet Kiafa, identified as the biblical city of Sharaim, have revealed a sophisticated understanding of metallurgy and engineering among ancient Israelites. The precision of their metalwork suggests they possessed advanced techniques for working with gold and other precious metals, techniques sophisticated enough to create something matching the Ark's biblical description. The most unsettling possibility is that the Ark was deliberately hidden, not by priests fleeing conquest, but by those who understood its true nature. If the ancient accounts of its power are accurate, if it could indeed strike down those who mishandled it, then perhaps its disappearance was a conscious act of protection. Perhaps there are things from the ancient world that aren't meant to be rediscovered. In 1981, a team of Israeli archaeologists claimed to have located the Ark's hiding place through careful analysis of ancient texts and topographical surveys. They obtained permits to excavate but were stopped by religious authorities who feared the consequences of disturbing such a sacred artifact. Their research remains classified, and the team members have never publicly revealed their findings. The Ark of the Covenant exists in that peculiar space between history and legend, between the documented and the miraculous. Its disappearance represents something more profound than a missing artifact. It's a window into the vast gaps in our understanding of the ancient world. Somewhere beneath the sands of time, or perhaps hidden in plain sight, the most sought-after treasure in human history continues to keep its secrets. The search continues, not just because of what the Ark might be, but because of what it represents, the tantalizing possibility that our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that we've only begun to understand. The forbidden knowledge of the Library of Alexandria. When the last mathematician fled Alexandria in 415 AD, she carried with her more than just the fear of an angry mob. Hypatia had witnessed something that would haunt scholars for centuries to come: the systematic dismantling of humanity's greatest repository of knowledge, one scroll at a time. The Library of Alexandria wasn't just a building, it was an obsession. Founded in the 3rd century BC by Ptolemy I, this institution operated on a scale that bordered on the maniacal. Every ship entering Alexandria's harbor was searched, not for contraband, but for books. Manuscripts were confiscated, copied by teams of scribes, and only then returned to their owners. The copies stayed in Alexandria. The library's agents scoured the Mediterranean world, purchasing entire private collections and commissioning translations of works in dozens of languages. By some accounts, they accumulated over 700,000 scrolls. Others claim the number exceeded 1 million. The uncertainty itself tells a story. The collection had grown beyond anyone's ability to catalog completely. But what exactly was lost when Alexandria fell? The traditional narrative blames various culprits: Julius Caesar's fire in 48 BC, Christian zealots in 391 AD, or Arab conquerors in 641 AD. Each theory has its defenders, each its glaring inconsistencies. The truth appears more complex, more gradual, and perhaps more disturbing than any single act of destruction. Recent archaeological evidence suggests the library's decline began much earlier than previously thought. Papyrus fragments recovered from Egyptian garbage dumps contain traces of works that supposedly perished centuries later. Carbon dating of these fragments reveals a pattern. The library's collection was already fragmenting by the 2nd century AD, not through dramatic fires but through neglect, budget cuts, and the simple entropy of time. The mathematician Apollonius of Perga had developed geometric principles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the Renaissance. His complete works remained in Alexandria when the collection began its slow dissolution. Aristarchus of Samos had calculated the Earth's circumference with stunning accuracy and theorized that the Earth orbited the Sun 17 centuries before Copernicus. His calculations, preserved only in Alexandria, vanished somewhere in the chaos of the city's decline. Perhaps most tantalizingly, the library housed the complete works of Democritus, whose atomic theory preceded modern physics by 2 millennia. Only fragments of his writings survive today. The complete texts, with their detailed explanations of atomic structure and movement, remained in Alexandria until the end. But the deepest mystery isn't what was lost, it's what was hidden. Recent discoveries in the Sinai Desert have revealed caches of manuscripts that appear to have been deliberately concealed during Alexandria's final years. These texts, written in multiple languages including several that remain undeciphered, contain references to the sealed collection and the forbidden teachings. One partial translation mentions knowledge that must sleep until the world is ready. The Vatican's secret archives contain a curious document from the 7th century, written by a monk named Theodosius. He describes meeting an elderly scholar in Damascus who claimed to have preserved the dangerous knowledge from the Great Library. The document lists several works by title, including something called The Mechanism of the Heavens and The True History of the Earth's Beginning. These titles appear nowhere else in historical records. In 1974, construction workers in Alexandria accidentally broke through the floor of a basement and discovered a chamber containing 847 papyrus scrolls. The Egyptian government immediately sealed the site, and details of the discovery remain classified. However, leaked photographs show scrolls with text in an unknown script, alongside what appear to be detailed astronomical calculations and technical diagrams of mechanical devices. The scholar who first examined these scrolls, Dr. Mahmoud Hassan, published a brief paper describing mathematical principles that exceed current understanding before his research was abruptly terminated. When contacted later, Hassan would only say that some knowledge carries too great a burden. Modern reconstructions of the library's catalog, based on surviving references and mentions in other ancient texts, suggest that nearly 80% of the collection dealt with subjects we'd recognize today: literature, history, mathematics, medicine, but the remaining 20% covered topics that don't fit neatly into any modern category. Ancient sources mention works on the science of transformation, the mathematics of consciousness, and the engineering of time. These may have been early philosophical treatises, couched in the mystical language of their era, but recent analysis of similar texts from other ancient libraries suggests something more concrete. The Baghdad Battery, the Antikythera mechanism, the precise construction of the pyramids, all point to technical knowledge that somehow exceeded what we'd expect from ancient civilizations. The Library of Alexandria would have been the natural repository for such knowledge. If it existed, it would have been preserved there. If it was preserved there, it vanished with the library's dissolution. The question becomes, was this knowledge lost accidentally, or was it deliberately suppressed? The answer may lie in the pattern of the library's decline itself. The subjects that disappeared first weren't random. Works on engineering and mechanics vanished before literary texts. Mathematical treatises went missing, while historical chronicles survived. Someone, it seems, was making choices about what knowledge deserved preservation. This selective preservation continued beyond Alexandria's fall. Medieval scholars had access to some ancient texts but not others. The Renaissance recovered certain works while others remained hidden. The pattern suggests not random loss, but systematic concealment. Today, deep beneath Alexandria's modern streets, ground-penetrating radar has revealed a network of chambers that don't appear on any historical map. These spaces, sealed and inaccessible, may hold the final answers to the library's greatest mystery. The Egyptian government continues to deny access to international researchers, citing structural instability and security concerns. The forbidden knowledge of Alexandria may not be lost at all. It may simply be waiting, hidden in darkness, for a world finally ready to reclaim what it once willingly surrendered. The question is whether we've evolved enough to handle the burden of that knowledge, or whether the shadows of Alexandria guard secrets that should remain buried. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The Curse of Ötzi the Iceman. 7 researchers have died under unusual circumstances since 1991. The only connection between them, they all encountered the same 300-year-old man. On September 19, 1991, German hikers Helmut and Erika Simon made a discovery that would forever change our understanding of prehistoric Europe. Emerging from a melting glacier in the Ötztal Alps, they found what appeared to be a recently deceased mountaineer. The body was remarkably preserved, leather clothing intact, copper axe still clutched in one hand. What they had stumbled upon wasn't a modern tragedy, but the oldest naturally mummified human ever found in Europe. The man they would come to call Ötzi had been frozen in ice for over 5 millennia, his final moments preserved in startling detail. Within hours of the discovery, a series of events began unfolding that would give birth to one of archaeology's most persistent and unsettling legends. Rainer Henn, the forensic pathologist who first examined Ötzi's remains, died in a car accident while traveling to give a lecture about the Iceman. Kurt Fritz, the mountain guide who led the recovery team to extract the body from the glacier, was killed in an avalanche. Helmut Simon himself, the man who first spotted Ötzi emerging from the ice, disappeared during a hiking trip in 2004. His body was found frozen in the same mountain range where he'd made his famous discovery. The deaths didn't stop there. Dieter Warnecke, the head of the rescue team, died of a heart attack at age 45, just hours after attending Helmut Simon's funeral. Konrad Spindler, the archaeologist who supervised Ötzi's removal and famously dismissed the curse as rubbish, died from complications related to multiple sclerosis at 66. By 2005, 7 people connected to Ötzi's discovery had died under circumstances that, while individually explainable, collectively seemed to defy statistical probability. The media began calling it the Curse of Ötzi, drawing parallels to the supposed curse of Tutankhamun's tomb that had captivated the world decades earlier. But curses aside, Ötzi himself tells a story far more intriguing than any supernatural explanation for the deaths that followed his discovery. Scientific analysis revealed the Iceman's final days were marked by violence and desperation. He had been shot with an arrow, the flint arrowhead lodged deep in his left shoulder, severing a major artery. His hands bore defensive wounds, evidence of a struggle. His copper axe blade showed signs of recent use, possibly in combat. The preservation was so complete that researchers could examine the contents of his stomach, revealing his last meal of ibex meat and einkorn wheat, consumed roughly 8 hours before his death. Pollen analysis showed he had traveled from the valleys up into the high Alps in late spring or early summer, moving between different elevations in what appeared to be a desperate flight. More disturbing still, Ötzi carried the blood of 4 different individuals on his weapons and clothing. This wasn't a random victim of mountain weather, but someone who had killed multiple people shortly before his own violent end. The evidence suggests he was fleeing retribution, perhaps the sole survivor of a conflict that had claimed several lives. The Iceman's equipment tells its own story of a sophisticated Copper Age culture. His copper axe was nearly pure metal, crafted with techniques that wouldn't become widespread for another 1,000 years. The leather pouch he carried contained flint tools and tinder fungus for starting fires. His quiver held arrows with perfectly balanced flight characteristics, designed by someone who understood aerodynamics millennia before the principles were formally described. Dr. Edward Egarter Vigel, who has spent decades studying Ötzi's remains, describes the preservation as unprecedented. The body contains intact organs, muscle tissue, and even sperm cells. Tattoos cover his skin in geometric patterns, applied using soot rubbed into precise incisions. These weren't decorative, but appear to correspond to acupuncture points, suggesting medical knowledge that predates known Chinese acupuncture by over 2,000 years. The DNA analysis revealed Ötzi belonged to a genetic line that has since vanished from the human population. His closest living relatives are found in Corsica and Sardinia, separated by hundreds of miles and thousands of years of genetic drift. He represents a lost branch of humanity, the last messenger from a vanished world. Yet the question remains, why do those who encounter him seem to meet untimely ends? Tom Loy, the scientist who discovered human blood on Ötzi's weapons, died at 63 from a hereditary blood disorder. His colleagues noted the irony that a man who spent his career analyzing ancient blood would die from a condition affecting his own. The rational explanation points to coincidence and confirmation bias. Thousands of people have worked with Ötzi's remains over the decades. The handful of deaths, while tragic, fall within normal statistical expectations for any large group over a 30-year period. The victims were often older researchers or mountain guides, whose professions or age already placed them at higher risk, but rationality struggles against the human need to find patterns in chaos. The deaths of those connected to Ötzi's discovery tap into something primal, a fear that some boundaries shouldn't be crossed, that disturbing the ancient dead carries consequences beyond our understanding. The Iceman himself remains on display in a specially designed museum in Bolzano, Italy, viewed through a small window by hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. His body temperature is maintained at precisely -6 degrees Celsius, the same conditions that preserved him for over 5 millennia. Only his researchers enter his chamber. continuing to unlock secrets from humanity's distant past. Whether the curse of Ötzi represents supernatural justice or psychological coincidence, the Iceman continues to exert an influence that reaches far beyond his physical remains. He stands as a bridge between worlds, carrying messages from a time when copper was cutting-edge technology and human conflicts were settled with arrows and axes. 7 deaths, 15300-year-old witness. The connection may be coincidence, but the questions Ötzi raises about our past and our responsibility to those who came before remain as frozen in time as the man himself. The Crystal Skulls, fact or fiction? When a British adventurer named Frederick Albert Mitchell Hedges announced his discovery of a crystal skull in 1927, he claimed it was more than just an ancient artifact. He called it the Skull of Doom, carved from a single piece of quartz crystal with such precision that modern tools could barely replicate it. The skull possessed properties that defied explanation. Its jaw moved independently, its surface showed no tool marks, and under certain light, it seemed to glow from within. Mitchell Hedges wasn't alone in his claims. By the mid-20th century, similar crystal skulls had surfaced in museums and private collections across the world. The British Museum acquired one, the Smithsonian displayed another. Each came with stories of ancient origins, supernatural powers, and technological impossibilities. Some claimed they were Aztec ceremonial objects. Others insisted they were Mayan prophecy devices. A few pushed the boundaries further, suggesting they were created by lost civilizations or extraterrestrial visitors. The skulls shared remarkable similarities. All were carved from clear or smoky quartz crystal. All exhibited extraordinary craftsmanship that seemed to surpass the capabilities of the civilizations that allegedly created them. Most importantly, all lacked any definitive archaeological provenance. They had simply appeared in the hands of collectors, dealers, and adventurers with compelling but unverifiable stories. The legend grew beyond the physical artifacts themselves. New Age practitioners claimed the skulls held ancient wisdom, that they could heal the sick or reveal hidden truths about human history. Some believed that 13 skulls existed, and when brought together, they would unlock secrets about the origins of humanity. The mythology expanded to include tales of Atlantean technology, extraterrestrial intervention, and lost civilizations that possessed knowledge we're only beginning to understand. But Frederick Mitchell Hedges' own account contained inconsistencies that researchers couldn't ignore. He claimed his adopted daughter Anna discovered the skull in 1924 while exploring Mayan ruins in British Honduras. However, no photographs document the discovery, and expedition records make no mention of the find. More troubling, Mitchell Hedges had purchased a similar skull at auction in London just years before his supposed discovery, a fact that emerged only decades later through auction house records. The story becomes more complex when we examine the technical aspects of the skulls. Proponents argue that creating such detailed crystal carvings would require modern diamond-tip tools and polishing techniques unknown to ancient civilizations. They point to the absence of tool marks, the precision of the anatomical details, and the optical properties of the crystal itself. The Mitchell Hedges skull, in particular, was carved along the crystal's natural axis, supposedly requiring knowledge of crystallography that ancient peoples didn't possess. Yet this technical argument contains its own contradictions. If the skulls truly required advanced technology to create, why would ancient civilizations, no matter how sophisticated, choose such an impractical medium? Quartz crystal is extremely difficult to work with, prone to shattering, and offers no advantages over more traditional materials for ceremonial or practical purposes. The choice seems more aesthetic than functional, more suited to modern collectors than ancient priests. Scientific analysis began to unravel the mystery in ways the legends couldn't accommodate. In 2008, researchers at the British Museum subjected their crystal skull to detailed examination using electron microscopy. The results were definitive. The skull bore microscopic tool marks consistent with modern rotary carving instruments. The patterns were unmistakable, curved lines that could only have been created by high-speed diamond-tip tools developed in the 19th century. The Smithsonian skull revealed similar evidence, Researchers found traces of modern polishing compounds and tool marks that formed precise geometric patterns impossible to achieve with ancient hand tools. Carbon dating couldn't determine the skull's age. Crystal doesn't contain organic material, but the manufacturing evidence pointed to a much more recent origin than their supposed ancient provenance suggested. Additional investigation revealed a more mundane but equally fascinating story. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a thriving industry existed in Germany for creating crystal carvings and decorative objects. Skilled craftsmen in the regions of Idar-Oberstein and other centers produced intricate crystal works for collectors worldwide. The techniques, tools, and expertise required to create the crystal skulls existed in these workshops, not in ancient Mesoamerican civilizations. The skull's sudden appearance in collections also followed suspicious patterns. Most emerged during periods of intense interest in ancient civilizations and lost knowledge. The 1920s and 1930s saw a surge in archaeological discoveries and public fascination with ancient mysteries. The timing suggests the skulls were created to meet demand from collectors seeking authentic ancient artifacts, regardless of their actual authenticity. Yet even with scientific evidence pointing toward modern creation, the crystal skulls retain their mystique. Believers argue that the testing was flawed, that the skulls possess properties that conventional science cannot measure. They point to anecdotal reports of healing, visions, and supernatural experiences associated with the artifacts. Some claim that the skull's power transcends their physical origins, that even if they were created in modern times, they channel ancient wisdom or extraterrestrial knowledge. The persistence of belief in the face of contrary evidence reveals something profound about human nature and our relationship with mystery. The crystal skulls represent more than just questions about ancient technology or archaeological fraud. They embody our desire to believe that the past holds secrets more profound than what conventional history reveals. They offer the possibility that our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that we've lost or forgotten. This desire becomes particularly potent when examining the skull's supposed supernatural properties. Witnesses describe experiences that range from subtle sensations to dramatic visions when in the presence of the artifacts. These accounts resist easy dismissal, even when the skull's origins prove to be far more recent than claimed. The human capacity for meaningful experience doesn't necessarily depend on the authenticity of the objects that trigger it. The crystal skulls ultimately represent a collision between scientific skepticism and human wonder. They demonstrate both our sophisticated ability to detect fraud and our persistent need to believe in mysteries that transcend ordinary explanation. Whether viewed as elaborate hoaxes or misunderstood artifacts, they continue to provoke questions about the nature of belief, the power of objects to inspire meaning, and the complex relationship between what we can prove and what we choose to believe. The bulwarks of Island of Thera. When archaeologists first glimpsed the perfectly preserved frescoes emerging from Thera's volcanic ash in 1967, they realized they weren't just looking at ancient art, they were staring into a world that had been frozen in time for over 3.5 millennia. The island of Thera, known today as Santorini, holds within its volcanic embrace one of archaeology's most haunting discoveries. Beneath layers of pumice and ash lies Akrotiri, a Bronze Age settlement so immaculately preserved that walking through its excavated streets feels like stepping into a lost civilization's final moments. Around 1600 BCE, the Minoan settlement on Thera was thriving. Multi-story buildings lined sophisticated drainage systems, elaborate frescoes decorated walls, and large storage jars filled with grain suggested a prosperous trading community. The residents had no way of knowing they were living on borrowed time, perched atop one of the Mediterranean's most dangerous geological formations. The eruption that destroyed Thera wasn't just any volcanic event. Modern volcanologists estimate it registered as a VEI 6 or 7 on the Volcanic Explosivity Index, making it one of the most powerful eruptions in recorded human history. The explosion was so massive, it created the distinctive caldera that gives Santorini its crescent shape today, swallowing nearly 2/3 of the original island. What makes this catastrophe archaeologically precious is how it unfolded. Evidence suggests the eruption occurred in stages, with initial tremors and smaller eruptions giving residents time to flee. No human remains have been found in the primary excavation areas, yet precious objects were left behind, This selective abandonment tells a story of people who had time to grab their families but not their treasures. The preservation is extraordinary. 3-story buildings stand with their walls intact, their rooms containing pottery, tools, and artwork exactly as they were left. Wooden furniture, carbonized but maintained its shape. Even food remains were preserved in storage vessels, providing insights into the daily diet of Bronze Age Mediterranean people. Dr. Spiridon Marinatos, who led the initial excavations, made a startling observation about the frescoes adorning these buried homes. Unlike other Bronze Age art, which typically depicted religious ceremonies or royal figures, Thera's paintings showed scenes of everyday life rendered with remarkable sophistication. Ships sailing across turbulent seas, young men boxing, women in elaborate dress participating in what appears to be a saffron harvest. These weren't the works of a primitive society. The level of artistic achievement found at Akrotiri challenges conventional timelines of cultural development. The famous spring fresco shows a landscape of red lilies growing from volcanic rock, painted with techniques that wouldn't appear elsewhere in the Mediterranean for centuries. The flotilla fresco depicts a complex naval scene with multiple vessels, suggesting not just artistic skill, but advanced maritime culture. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the site has created its own mystery. While historical records and pottery styles suggest the eruption occurred around 1500 BCE, radiocarbon dating consistently points to dates nearly a century earlier. This discrepancy has sparked debates about the reliability of dating methods and the accuracy of ancient chronologies. The eruption's impact extended far beyond Thera itself. Ash layers from the event have been identified in ice cores from Greenland and sediment cores from the Black Sea, indicating the explosion's global atmospheric effects. Tsunami deposits found on the coasts of Crete and Turkey suggest massive waves swept across the eastern Mediterranean in the eruption's aftermath. This brings us to one of archaeology's most intriguing connections. Plato's account of Atlantis, written around 360 BCE, describes a powerful maritime civilization that vanished beneath the waves in a single day and night of catastrophic destruction. The parallels to Thera's fate are striking enough that many scholars propose the Minoan civilization's sudden decline inspired the Atlantis legend. The timeline fits remarkably well. Plato claimed Atlantis existed 9,000 years before his time, but ancient Greek record-keeping often inflated numbers by factors of 10. If we adjust Plato's chronology, the destruction of Atlantis would fall precisely within the period of Thera's eruption. The description of a circular island with concentric rings of water matches Thera's post-eruption caldera formation, yet the Atlantis connection raises as many questions as it answers. If Plato was drawing from historical memory of Thera's destruction, how did accurate details survive over a millennium of oral tradition? Why do some specifics of his account match archaeological evidence so precisely, while others seem purely fantastical? The excavations at Akrotiri continue to yield surprises. In 2019, researchers discovered a previously unknown sector of the settlement containing what appears to be a large public building with sophisticated hydraulic systems. The structure's purpose remains unclear, but its size and complexity suggest Thera's Bronze Age inhabitants possessed engineering knowledge that surpassed many later civilizations. Perhaps most mysteriously, the settlement shows evidence of cultural connections spanning incredible distances. Pottery styles mirror those found in Egypt and Anatolia. Raw materials for tools and jewelry came from as far away as Afghanistan and the Baltic coast. This suggests Thera wasn't just a local trading post but a crucial node in a Bronze Age network of commerce and cultural exchange that we're only beginning to understand. The volcanic ash that preserved Akrotiri also sealed away organic materials that continue to provide insights into Bronze Age life. Pollen analysis reveals the types of crops grown and the seasonal patterns of agriculture. Microscopic examination of textiles shows sophisticated weaving techniques and the use of dyes that required extensive trade networks to obtain. Standing among the excavated ruins today, surrounded by the curved walls of the caldera, it's impossible not to feel the weight of that ancient catastrophe. The same geological forces that created this haunting preservation continue to shape the island. Thera's volcano remains active, with its most recent eruption occurring in 1950. The bulwarks of Thera stand not just as archaeological treasures, but as reminders of how quickly human achievement can be buried by forces beyond our control. In their preserved silence, they whisper questions about the civilizations that may have vanished so completely that we've never found their traces, and about the stories that survive, transformed by time and memory into legends that outlast the cities that inspired them. The mysterious death of Cleopatra. When Roman soldiers found her body on that August morning in 30 BCE, Cleopatra VII lay perfectly composed on her golden couch, dressed in full royal regalia, with two of her most trusted servants dead beside her. The scene was so serene, so deliberately orchestrated, that even Octavian's hardened legionnaires paused in confusion. Here was the woman who had brought Rome to its knees, who had commanded the love of both Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, who had ruled the richest kingdom in the Mediterranean, and yet no one could determine exactly how she had died. The asp bite. That's the story we all know. Cleopatra, facing inevitable capture and the humiliation of being paraded through Rome as a trophy, chose death by cobra, the sacred serpent of Egyptian royalty. But when you examine the historical record closely, when you strip away 2 millennia of romantic embellishment, the official version begins to crumble. Plutarch, writing a century after the event, admitted that the truth of the matter no one knows. Think about that for a moment. The death of one of history's most powerful women, witnessed by Roman guards, investigated by the future emperor himself, and yet, uncertainty. The contradictions pile up like sand against a tomb wall. The timing troubles historians most. Cleopatra's death was remarkably swift. Ancient accounts suggest she died within hours of making her final arrangements. Yet cobra venom works slowly, often taking 6 to 12 hours to kill. The victims experience prolonged agony, convulsions, respiratory failure, but witnesses described Cleopatra as appearing merely to have fallen into a peaceful sleep. Then there's the matter of the snake itself. No serpent was ever found in the sealed mausoleum where she died. Roman guards had searched everyone entering the chamber. How does a cobra, large enough to deliver a fatal dose of venom, simply vanish? Some ancient sources suggest it escaped through a window, but the mausoleum's construction makes this physically impossible. Dr. Christoph Schaefer, a German historian and toxicologist, spent years analyzing the ancient accounts. His research revealed something troubling. If Cleopatra had indeed died from an asp bite, her 2 servants, Iras and Charmian, couldn't have died in the same manner. There simply wasn't enough venom in a single snake to kill 3 adult women so quickly and so peacefully. The political circumstances surrounding her death raise even more questions. Octavian needed Cleopatra alive. She was his greatest prize, the key to legitimizing his conquest of Egypt. Her public humiliation in Rome would have been worth more than all the gold in her treasury. Yet she died just days before his planned departure for Rome, despite being under constant guard. Some historians point to a curious detail in Cassius Dio's account. He mentions that Cleopatra had been experimenting with various poisons on condemned prisoners, testing which methods produced the least painful deaths. This wasn't mere academic curiosity. She was preparing. But preparing for what, exactly? The answer might lie in a plant that grew abundantly in ancient Egypt, the oleander. Unlike cobra venom, oleander toxin works swiftly and relatively painlessly. A concentrated extract, perhaps dissolved in wine, could kill within an hour. The symptoms match the ancient descriptions perfectly: a gradual weakening, followed by what appears to be peaceful sleep. But here's where the mystery deepens. If Cleopatra chose suicide by poison, who provided it? She had been stripped of her servants, her belongings searched, her food prepared by Roman cooks. The only people with access to her final chamber were those approved by Octavian himself. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, one of Octavian's generals, left behind correspondence that only came to light in the 20th century. In a letter to his wife, he wrote cryptically about the necessity of the Egyptian queen's departure and ensuring the matter proceeded according to plan. The letter is dated 2 days before Cleopatra's death. Then there's the question of the famous pearl. Ancient sources tell us that during her final banquet, Cleopatra dissolved a massive pearl in vinegar and drank it, claiming it was the most expensive meal ever consumed. Modern chemists have tested this story and found it chemically impossible. Pearls don't dissolve in vinegar within the time frame described. But what if the pearl wasn't a pearl at all? What if it was a small container, designed to look like a pearl, containing something else entirely? The Roman historian Strabo, who lived through these events, recorded an unusual detail that later authors ignored. He wrote that Cleopatra's physician, Olympos, was found dead in his quarters the same morning the queen died. Official reports claimed he died of grief upon hearing of his mistress's death, but Strabo noted something peculiar. Olympos had been dead for hours before Cleopatra's body was discovered. Recent archaeological work in Alexandria has uncovered fragments of what appears to be Cleopatra's personal correspondence. One papyrus, badly damaged but partially legible, seems to be a letter from the queen to an unknown recipient. The surviving text reads, "One have arranged the matter as we discussed. When the Romans come for me, ensure the children are safe. Tell them their mother chose her fate." Archaeological evidence suggests Cleopatra spent her final weeks, not in despair, but in careful preparation. Inventories of her mausoleum show she had stockpiled enough food and water for months. She had moved her most precious possessions into the chamber, including scrolls from the Great Library. This wasn't the behavior of someone planning immediate suicide. This was someone preparing for a siege. The key may lie in what didn't happen after her death. Octavian, who had every reason to investigate and publicize the circumstances of his greatest enemy's demise, instead ordered the matter closed immediately. No formal inquiry was conducted. No witness statements were recorded. The servants who found her body were reassigned to distant provinces within days. What emerges from the shadows of history is a picture far more complex than the romantic tragedy we've inherited. Cleopatra's death may have been suicide, but it was likely aided by someone with access to sophisticated poisons and intimate knowledge of Roman security procedures. Whether this person acted out of loyalty to the queen or on orders from Rome itself remains one of history's most haunting questions. The truth died with her in that sealed chamber, taking with it the final secrets of the last pharaoh of Egypt. Sometimes the most powerful people in history leave behind the most mysterious endings. The unsolved riddle of the Indus Valley Script. 4,000 years ago, one of the world's most sophisticated civilizations simply vanished, leaving behind only symbols that mock our understanding. The Indus Valley civilization possessed advanced urban planning, intricate drainage systems, and standardized weights and measures that wouldn't be seen again for millennia. Yet despite decades of archaeological breakthroughs, we cannot read a single word they wrote. The discovery came in fragments, scattered across the dusty landscape of what is now Pakistan and northwestern India. When archaeologist John Marshall first encountered the ruins of Harappa in 1921, he uncovered something that would challenge every assumption about ancient human development. Here was a civilization that had thrived when Egypt was still building its first pyramids, when Mesopotamia was finding its voice in cuneiform. But while we can read the administrative records of Babylon and decipher the royal proclamations of pharaohs, the Indus Valley script remains as silent as the day it was abandoned. More than 4,000 inscribed objects have been recovered from Indus Valley sites. Seals, pottery, copper tablets, and bronze implements all bear the same mysterious markings. These aren't random scratches or decorative flourishes. The symbols follow clear patterns, show consistent directional flow, and demonstrate the systematic thinking of a literate society. Yet every attempt to unlock their meaning has ended in frustration. The script itself consists of roughly 400 distinct symbols, though scholars debate whether some are variants of others. Most inscriptions are remarkably brief, averaging just 4 to 5 symbols per sequence. The longest known text contains only 26 symbols. This brevity has puzzled linguists for decades. Were these complete thoughts compressed into symbolic shorthand, or are we looking at fragments of a larger textual tradition that has been lost? Dr. Iravatham Mahadevan, one of the world's leading experts on the Indus script, spent over 4 decades analyzing these symbols. His meticulous work revealed that the script was most likely written from right to left, based on the spacing and arrangement of symbols on seals, but determining the direction of writing proved to be one of the easier challenges. The symbols themselves resist interpretation with an almost deliberate opacity. Computer analysis has added new dimensions to the mystery. In 2009, researchers at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai applied statistical analysis to the Indus texts, comparing them to known linguistic patterns. Their findings suggested that the symbols do indeed represent a language, showing conditional entropy patterns similar to other ancient scripts. But this only confirmed what archaeologists already suspected, that the Indus people possessed a sophisticated writing system. It didn't help decode a single symbol. The most tantalizing clues come from the seals themselves. Many feature animals, unicorns, bulls, elephants, tigers, alongside the mysterious script. These creatures appear with such consistency that they clearly held symbolic significance. Some researchers believe the animals represent clans, districts, or trading houses within Indus society. Others see religious or astronomical meanings. The famous priest-king sculpture from Mohenjo-Daro seems to wear a garment decorated with trefoil patterns that also appear in the script, suggesting a connection between political authority and written language. One of the most intriguing theories emerged from the work of Finnish scholar Asko Parpola. After analyzing the distribution of symbols across different sites, he proposed that the script might represent a Dravidian language, ancestral to the Tamil, Telugu, and other South Indian languages spoken today. His research identified possible connections between Indus symbols and later Dravidian religious and cultural concepts. The star-shaped symbol that appears frequently in Indus texts might represent the Tamil word mul, meaning both star and sharp point. A fish-like symbol could relate to the Dravidian root min, meaning star or to shine. Yet even Parpola's careful analysis remained speculative. Without a bilingual text, something like the Rosetta Stone that unlocked Egyptian hieroglyphs, scholars are working in the dark. The Indus Valley civilization appears to have had no contact with contemporary literate cultures that might have preserved translations or references to their language. They existed in magnificent isolation, their thoughts sealed within symbols we cannot penetrate. The civilization's sudden disappearance around 1900 BCE adds another layer to the mystery. Climate change, shifting river patterns, or social upheaval may have scattered the population before their writing system could evolve or be preserved in forms we might better understand. The people didn't vanish entirely. Their descendants likely merged with other populations across the subcontinent, but their written language died with their cities. Recent archaeological discoveries have only deepened the puzzle. In 2017, excavations at Rakhigarhi in Haryana revealed the largest known Indus Valley site, covering nearly 350 hectares. The artifacts recovered there show the same sophisticated urban planning and mysterious script found elsewhere. But they also revealed something unexpected. The civilization was far more extensive and long-lasting than previously believed. This wasn't a brief flowering of Bronze Age culture, but a sustained civilization that endured for more than 700 years. The implications are staggering. For 7 centuries, millions of people lived in cities with running water, standardized brick sizes, and sophisticated trade networks. They developed mathematics, metallurgy, and agricultural techniques that supported populations larger than many modern cities. They created art, conducted religious ceremonies, and maintained complex commercial relationships across vast distances, and they recorded all of this in a script that remains completely unintelligible to us. DNA analysis of skeletal remains from Rakhigarhi has revealed that the Indus Valley people were genetically distinct from later populations, though they contributed to the ancestry of modern South Asians. Their genetic signature appears in populations across the subcontinent, suggesting that when their civilization ended, the people integrated with other groups rather than disappearing entirely. Somewhere in the genetic memory of millions of people lies the echo of this lost civilization. The Indus Valley script represents something profound about the limits of human knowledge. Here is a civilization that achieved remarkable sophistication in almost every measurable way, yet their thoughts remain locked away from us. Their hopes, beliefs, stories, and dreams are preserved in symbols that seem to taunt our understanding. Every new discovery brings fresh hope that we might finally crack the code, but the script continues to guard its secrets with the patience of millennia. The riddle of the Baghdad Battery. In 1936, while digging near Baghdad, archaeologist Wilhelm König unearthed something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient technology. Nestled in the ruins of a Parthian settlement dating back over 2,000 years, lay a peculiar clay jar about the size of a man's fist. Inside this jar, König discovered something extraordinary: a copper cylinder, an iron rod, and traces of what appeared to be an acidic solution. When Koenig first examined this artifact, he noticed something that made him pause. The iron rod showed clear signs of corrosion, but not the kind you'd expect from simple age. This was the type of corrosion that occurs when iron comes into contact with an electrolyte. The copper cylinder, meanwhile, was fitted so precisely around the iron rod that it seemed almost engineered. Koenig, who had studied electrical engineering before turning to archaeology, recognized what he was looking at. This ancient jar bore an uncanny resemblance to a galvanic cell, a battery. The implications were staggering. If Koenig was correct, this meant that people living in ancient Mesopotamia had discovered the principles of electrochemistry nearly 18 centuries before Alessandro Volta's famous experiments. But as Koenig would soon discover, the archaeological community wasn't ready to accept such a radical proposition. The jar itself tells a story of sophisticated craftsmanship. Standing about 5.5 inches tall, it's made from fired clay with a narrow neck sealed by an asphalt stopper. The copper cylinder inside fits snugly within the jar's walls, and the iron rod extends through the center, held in place by the asphalt seal. When modern researchers examined the artifact more closely, they found that the iron rod never actually touches the copper cylinder. Someone had deliberately engineered this separation. What makes this discovery even more intriguing is that the Baghdad battery wasn't alone. Koenig and subsequent archaeologists have found similar jars throughout the region, all displaying the same mysterious combination of materials and construction techniques. Some contained different metals, others showed varying degrees of corrosion, but all seemed to follow the same basic design principles. In the 1970s, engineer Willard Gray decided to test Koenig's theory by constructing exact replicas of the Baghdad battery. Using the same materials and proportions, Gray filled his reproduction with grape juice as an electrolyte. The result was remarkable. His ancient battery design generated approximately half a volt of electricity. When he connected multiple units in series, the voltage increased proportionally. Gray had successfully demonstrated that the ancient artifact could indeed function as a battery. But this leads us to perhaps the most puzzling question of all. What would ancient people have used electricity for? Some researchers suggest that the batteries might have been used for electroplating, a process that could coat base metals with thin layers of gold or silver. When archaeologists examined artifacts from the same period, they found objects that appeared to have been electroplated, though this technique wasn't supposed to have been invented until the 19th century. Others propose that the batteries might have been used in religious ceremonies, perhaps to create mild electrical shocks that priests could use to convince followers of their divine powers. The ancient world was full of religious mysteries and temple miracles that we still don't fully understand. Could controlled electrical phenomena have been one of the tools used by ancient priests to maintain their authority? Yet for every researcher who supports the battery theory, there's another who remains skeptical. Traditional archaeologists point out that the jar could have been used for storing papyrus scrolls, with the copper cylinder serving as a protective casing. The iron rod, they argue, might have been used to unroll the scrolls, and the acidic residue could simply be the result of decomposed organic materials. This interpretation certainly fits more comfortably with our understanding of ancient technology. But it doesn't explain why so many similar jars have been found, or why the construction seems so precisely engineered. If these were simply scroll containers, why the elaborate internal structure? Why the careful separation of metals? Why the evidence of electrochemical corrosion? Recent chemical analysis has revealed traces of acidic substances consistent with fruit juices or vinegar, both of which would work as electrolytes. Some researchers have also found microscopic particles of gold and silver on artifacts discovered near the battery sites, which could support the electroplating theory. But these findings remain controversial, with critics arguing that the contamination could have occurred centuries after the original burial. The Baghdad battery forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of ancient knowledge. We tend to think of technological progress as linear, with each generation building upon the discoveries of the last. But what if ancient civilizations possessed knowledge that was later lost? What if the collapse of empires and the destruction of libraries erased entire branches of scientific understanding? The ancient world was far more interconnected than we often realize. Trade routes carried more than goods. They carried ideas, techniques and discoveries across vast distances. The Parthian Empire, where the Baghdad Battery was found, sat at the crossroads of East and West, a meeting point for Greek, Persian, Chinese, and Indian knowledge. In such an environment, surprising technological innovations might have been more common than we think. Today, the original Baghdad Battery sits in the Iraq National Museum, though access to it has been limited by decades of conflict. Many similar artifacts have been lost or destroyed, taking their secrets with them. We may never know for certain whether these ancient jars were primitive batteries or simply elaborate storage containers. What we do know is that the Baghdad Battery continues to challenge our assumptions about the past. It reminds us that history is full of mysteries that resist easy explanation, and that the ancient world may have been far more sophisticated than we give it credit for. Whether it represents lost electrical technology or simply the fevered imagination of modern researchers, the Baghdad Battery remains one of archaeology's most enduring enigmas. The Bermuda Triangle of the East, the Dragon's Triangle. In 1952, the Japanese research vessel Kaio Maru No. 5 vanished without a trace in waters that locals had whispered about for centuries. The ship carried a crew of 31 scientists investigating reports of underwater volcanic activity south of Japan. What they found instead was something that defied every maritime protocol, every safety measure, every rational explanation the modern world could offer. The vessel's final radio transmission came at 11:47 a.m. on September 24th. The captain reported calm seas, clear visibility, and normal instrument readings. 18 minutes later, rescue ships arrived at the coordinates to find nothing but empty ocean, no debris, no oil slick, no distress beacons floating on the surface. The Kaio Maru No. 5 had simply ceased to exist. This wasn't the first disappearance in what Japanese fishermen call the Mano Umi, the Sea of the Devil. For over 1,000 years, vessels have vanished in a triangular stretch of water between Japan's southern coast, the island of Guam, and the Philippines. The area spans roughly 750,000 square miles of Pacific Ocean, making it slightly larger than its more famous Atlantic counterpart. But unlike the Bermuda Triangle, the Dragon's Triangle sits atop some of the most geologically volatile waters on Earth. The Philippine Sea Plate grinds against the Eurasian Plate here, creating a zone of intense seismic activity. Underwater volcanoes emerge from the deep without warning, forming islands that exist for days or weeks before sinking back into the abyss. The ocean floor shifts constantly, creating underwater avalanches that can swallow entire ships. The Japanese government took the 1952 disappearance seriously enough to dispatch an investigation team aboard the Kaio Maru No. 1. They equipped the vessel with the most advanced communication equipment available, maintained constant radio contact with shore stations, and plotted a careful course through the same waters where their sister ship had vanished. The Kaio Maru No. 1 disappeared on January 7, 1953. This time, search and rescue operations expanded to include American and British naval vessels. For 3 weeks, dozens of ships combed the area using sonar equipment, underwater cameras, and deep-sea diving bells. They found volcanic vents releasing superheated gas, underwater canyons that plunged to depths of over 30,000 feet, and magnetic anomalies that rendered compass readings useless. What they didn't find was any trace of either research vessel. The Japanese Maritime Safety Agency quietly declared the area a shipping hazard zone, but commercial vessels continued to report strange phenomena. In 1957, the cargo ship Raifuku Maru radioed for help, claiming their navigation instruments had failed and they were surrounded by a dense fog despite clear weather conditions. The fog appeared to be moving against the wind, forming geometric patterns that shifted and reformed with unnatural precision. The ship's radio operator transmitted increasingly frantic messages describing lights beneath the water, lights that pulsed in synchronized patterns and seemed to be rising from the ocean floor. The final transmission came as a broken whisper. "The lights are everywhere now. They're inside the ship." Search teams found the Raifuku Maru 3 days later, drifting empty 200 miles south of its last known position. The cargo was intact, the engines were running, and the radio equipment functioned perfectly. But the crew of 23 had vanished. Personal belongings remained undisturbed in their quarters. Meals sat half-eaten on the galley tables. The ship's log ended mid-sentence, the pen still lying across the open page. Dr. Hiroshi Nakamura, a marine geologist who studied the disappearances throughout the 1960s, proposed that the Dragon's Triangle sits atop a massive underwater caldera, a volcanic crater so large that its thermal activity creates localized weather patterns. He theorized that rapid temperature changes in the water could generate sudden violent storms that overwhelm vessels before they can send distress signals. But thermal activity couldn't explain what happened to fishing boats whose crews reported time distortions. In 1963, the crew of the Yamato Maru claimed they had entered the triangle area at dawn and emerged at sunset, despite their chronometers showing only 2 hours had passed. The fuel consumption matched a 2-hour journey, but their position indicated they had traveled nearly 300 miles. Similar reports accumulated throughout the 1970s. Pilots flying over the area described compass needles spinning wildly, radio communications cutting out completely, and clouds that formed perfect geometric shapes. Some reported seeing islands that didn't appear on any chart, islands that seemed to shift position when viewed from different angles. The most disturbing account came from the crew of the commercial vessel Sankei Maru in 1981. They reported encountering a massive whirlpool that appeared suddenly during calm weather. But this wasn't an ordinary whirlpool. The water spiraled upward, forming a waterspout that extended nearly a mile into the sky. Inside the spinning column, they claimed to see objects, debris from ships, aircraft parts, and what appeared to be structures that defied identification. The waterspout dissipated after exactly 7 minutes, leaving the ocean completely calm. The crew later discovered that their radio equipment had somehow recorded sounds during the encounter, deep, resonant tones that seemed to originate from underwater, forming patterns that some researchers suggested resembled a form of communication. Modern satellite surveillance has documented unusual oceanographic phenomena in the Dragon's Triangle. Water temperatures fluctuate in patterns that don't match known thermal currents. Underwater sensors detect sound waves that travel faster than physics should allow. Magnetic field measurements reveal anomalies that shift location regularly, as if something massive moves beneath the sea floor. Yet ships continue to disappear. The cargo vessel Stellar Wind vanished in 1997 with 40 crew members. The research submarine Kuroshio disappeared in 2004 while investigating underwater volcanic activity. Each incident follows the same pattern: normal communications, then sudden silence, then empty ocean where sophisticated vessels should be. The Dragon's Triangle remains one of the most heavily traveled shipping lanes in the Pacific. International maritime law requires vessels to report their position every 4 hours when crossing the area. Most complete their journeys without incident, but the exceptions continue to defy explanation. Whatever lies beneath these waters has claimed dozens of vessels and hundreds of lives across nearly a millennium. The sea keeps its secrets, but sometimes those secrets seem to be trying to communicate. In the phosphorescent wake of passing ships, in the geometric patterns of unnatural fog, in the synchronized pulsing of underwater lights, something vast and patient continues its ancient work in the depths of the Dragon's Triangle. The disappearance of Roanoke Colony. When John White returned to Roanoke Island in August 1590, he found nothing but silence. The settlement he'd left 3 years earlier had vanished completely. 115 men, women, and children, including his own daughter Eleanor and granddaughter Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. All that remained was a single word carved into a wooden post: Croatoan. The mystery of Roanoke has haunted historians for over 4 centuries, not because of what happened, but because of what didn't happen. No bodies were found, no signs of struggle, no scattered belongings or burned structures. An entire community had simply ceased to exist. The story begins in 1587, when Sir Walter Raleigh's third attempt to establish an English foothold in the New World landed on this narrow barrier island off the coast of what is now North Carolina. Unlike previous expeditions focused on quick riches, this was intended as a permanent settlement, complete families ready to build a new life in an unknown wilderness. John White, appointed governor of the colony, was both explorer and artist. His detailed watercolor paintings of the indigenous peoples and landscapes remain some of our most valuable records of pre-colonial America. But White was also a grandfather, and his decision to leave the settlement would become one of history's most tragic mistakes. Within weeks of arrival, supplies ran dangerously low. The colonists convinced White to return to England for provisions, promising to relocate inland if necessary. They agreed on a system. If forced to leave, they would carve their destination into a tree. If they were in danger, they would mark it with a cross. White's journey back to England coincided with one of the most pivotal moments in European history. The Spanish Armada was bearing down on the English Channel, and every available ship was commandeered for defense. White found himself stranded, watching helplessly as months turned to years. The man who had crossed an ocean to plant a colony couldn't find passage back to his own family. When White finally returned in 1590, the settlement was gone. The houses had been dismantled, not destroyed, but carefully taken apart. The defensive palisade remained intact, and carved into a post at the entrance was that single haunting word, Croatoan. No cross accompanied it, suggesting the colonists hadn't been in immediate danger when they left. Croatoan was a known location, a barrier island about 50 miles south, now called Hatteras Island. The indigenous people there had been friendly to previous English expeditions. White felt certain his colonists had simply relocated there as planned. But violent storms prevented his ship from reaching Croatoan, and after nearly losing his vessel, White was forced to return to England. He never saw his family again. The rational explanation seems straightforward. The colonists moved to Croatoan Island and integrated with the native population. But this simple answer opens more questions than it closes. Archaeological excavations on Hatteras Island have yielded tantalizing clues, European artifacts mixed with native ones, suggesting cultural blending. Yet no definitive proof of the colonists' fate has ever been found. Some researchers point to genetic studies of local Native American populations, finding potential European ancestry that could trace back to the lost colonists. Others focus on historical accounts from later expeditions that reported seeing indigenous people with gray eyes and European features. But these threads of evidence remain circumstantial, whispers rather than proof. The mystery deepens when we consider the broader context. This was a time of increasing tension between European colonizers and indigenous peoples. The previous colony at Roanoke had ended in violence, with the colonists abandoning their settlement after conflicts with local tribes. Why would the 1587 colonists have fared better? Some historians suggest the answer lies in the leadership of Manteo, a Native American from Croatoan, who had traveled to England with earlier expeditions and returned with the 1587 colonists. Manteo was baptized as a Christian and given the title Lord of Roanoke by the English. Perhaps his influence provided the bridge between two worlds, enabling a peaceful integration that was rare for its time. But other theories paint a darker picture. Spanish records from the period reference English settlements in the region as potential threats to their Caribbean shipping routes. Some researchers suggest Spanish forces may have wiped out the colony, though no physical evidence supports this theory. Others propose that hostile indigenous groups, angered by previous English actions, may have attacked the settlement. The most unsettling possibility is that the colonists simply scattered, breaking into smaller groups that gradually disappeared into the vast wilderness of coastal North Carolina. The region was a maze of islands, swamps, and dense forests, perfect for hiding, terrible for survival. Small groups lacking sufficient skills or resources might have perished from exposure, disease, or starvation, leaving no trace for future generations to discover. Recent archaeological work has added new dimensions to the mystery. Excavations at the original Roanoke site have uncovered evidence of metalworking activities, suggesting the colonists may have been preparing for a longer stay than previously thought. Other digs have found European artifacts at inland sites, supporting theories that some colonists may have moved deeper into the mainland. The Roanoke mystery represents something more profound than a simple historical puzzle. It embodies the fundamental uncertainty of exploration and settlement in an unknown land. These weren't professional soldiers or experienced explorers. They were ordinary families seeking a new life. Their disappearance reminds us how precarious those early colonial attempts truly were. John White's final entry in his journal speaks to a parent's anguish that transcends centuries. "I greatly joyed that I had safely found a certain token of their safe being at Croatoan, which is the place where Manteo was born, and the savages of the island are friends. But his joy was premature. The storms that prevented him from reaching Croatoan became the final barrier between a grandfather and his family. The word Croatoan has become a symbol of mysterious disappearance in American folklore. But perhaps it shouldn't be seen as mysterious at all. Perhaps it was exactly what it appeared to be, a message left by colonists who had found a way to survive in a new world, even if it meant abandoning their old one entirely. The true mystery of Roanoke may not be what happened to the colonists, but why their story continues to captivate us centuries later. In their disappearance, we glimpse the precarious nature of human settlement, the courage required to start over in an unknown place, and the enduring power of questions that history refuses to answer. The dark history of the Blood Countess, Elizabeth Bathory. In the archives of the Hungarian National Museum, a single document lies locked away from public view. Written in faded Latin script, it contains testimony from witnesses who claim to have seen things that would make seasoned investigators question their own sanity. The document describes chambers beneath a castle where the walls were stained black with what investigators could only describe as decades of accumulated blood. Elizabeth Bathory died in 1614, walled up alive in her own fortress. The official records state she was responsible for the deaths of over 650 young women. But here's what troubles historians most. The evidence suggests this number might be conservative. The Bathory family ruled over vast territories in Hungary during the 16th century. They were nobles, warriors, and by all accounts, completely untouchable. Elizabeth married Ferenc Nadasdy in 1575, a union that combined two of the most powerful bloodlines in Eastern Europe. Ferenc was known as the Black Knight, famous for his brutal efficiency in Ottoman wars. Elizabeth learned to manage their estates while he was away fighting, and it was during these long absences that servants began to disappear. The first documented complaint came in 1602. A Lutheran minister named István Magyari wrote to the authorities describing rumors of systematic torture occurring at Chaktas Castle. What makes his account particularly unsettling is the clinical precision with which he documented the testimonies. These weren't wild accusations. They were methodical reports from multiple witnesses describing the same horrific patterns. According to the surviving testimonies, Elizabeth's methods evolved over time. What began as isolated incidents of sadistic punishment gradually transformed into something far more organized. Witnesses described seeing young women chained in the castle's lower chambers, their bodies bearing marks that suggested prolonged torture. The testimonies mention iron maidens, spiked cages, and instruments specifically designed to cause maximum suffering without immediate death. But the bloodbaths, this is where legend and historical record become almost impossible to separate. Multiple witnesses testified they saw Elizabeth bathing in human blood, believing it would preserve her youth and beauty. The chemical composition of blood would have no cosmetic benefits, yet forensic analysis of the castle's foundations centuries later revealed iron concentrations in the stone that were unusual. Count György Thurzó, Elizabeth's cousin, finally received enough political pressure to investigate in 1610. What his men found at Chaktas Castle became the subject of detailed court records that survive to this day. They discovered several young women in various states of torture, some barely alive, others recently deceased. The castle's registry, meticulously maintained by Elizabeth's accomplices, allegedly contained names and details of over 600 victims. The trial transcripts reveal testimony from Elizabeth's 4 primary accomplices. Under torture, they provided accounts that were remarkably consistent across separate interrogations. They described a systematic process of luring peasant girls to the castle with promises of work, then subjecting them to increasingly elaborate forms of torture. The consistency of their testimonies, despite being questioned independently, suggests either careful coordination or absolute truth. What makes Elizabeth's case particularly disturbing to modern criminologists is the apparent escalation pattern. Early victims were primarily peasant girls whose disappearances went largely unnoticed. But by the early 1600s, Elizabeth had begun targeting minor nobility, daughters of lesser nobles, who came to the castle for education in courtly manners. This shift in victim profile ultimately led to her downfall, as these disappearances couldn't be ignored. The political implications were staggering. Elizabeth was one of the wealthiest individuals in Europe, holding loans from the Hungarian crown itself. Her conviction would have transferred her vast estates to the crown, conveniently eliminating the royal family's debt. This economic motivation has led some historians to question whether the charges were entirely fabricated, but the physical evidence tells a different story. Archaeological investigations in the 1990s revealed unusual findings beneath Chakti's castle. Ground-penetrating radar detected what appeared to be sealed chambers precisely where the 17th century testimonies described dungeons. When these chambers were accessed, researchers found tools and restraints that matched descriptions from the trial records. Carbon dating placed these artifacts firmly in Elizabeth's era. The psychological profile that emerges from the historical records is perhaps most disturbing of all. Elizabeth wasn't described as mentally unstable or visibly disturbed. Court records from her earlier years describe her as intelligent, articulate, and completely functional in social situations. She managed complex estate affairs, maintained correspondence with other nobles, and apparently lived a completely normal public life while conducting systematic torture in private. Modern forensic psychologists who have studied the case note that Elizabeth's patterns match those of organized serial killers rather than crimes of passion. The methodical record-keeping, the escalation in victim selection, and the apparent pleasure derived from prolonged suffering all suggest careful planning and psychological sophistication. The end came swiftly once the investigation began. Elizabeth was never formally tried, likely due to her noble status, but was sentenced to solitary confinement in a set of rooms in her own castle. The windows were bricked up, food was passed through a small slot, and she lived in complete isolation for nearly 4 years until her death in 1614. Her accomplices faced harsher justice. 2 were burned alive after having their fingers torn off with hot pincers. The others were beheaded. Their execution was public and brutal, serving as a warning about the consequences of participating in such horrors. The castle itself was abandoned immediately after Elizabeth's death. Local residents refused to live near it, and within decades, it had fallen into ruin. Even today, the area around Chakti's castle maintains an unusually low population density. Whether this is due to economic factors or lingering superstition remains unclear. What haunts researchers most is the question of discovery. If Elizabeth's crimes had continued unchecked for decades, how many other nobles throughout history might have engaged in similar practices without ever being caught? The isolation of medieval castles, the absolute power wielded by nobility, and the expendability of peasant lives created perfect conditions for such horrors. The Blood Countess died alone in her sealed rooms, leaving behind a legacy that continues to disturb historians and criminologists 4 centuries later. Her name has become synonymous with the absolute corruption that power can breed, and the terrible patience with which some people pursue their darkest impulses. The unraveling of the Tartaria mysteries. When historians attempted to trace the origin of certain 19th century maps, they kept encountering the same word, Tartaria, not just once or twice, but hundreds of times across documents spanning centuries. What began as routine cartographic research has evolved into one of the most contentious historical debates of our time. The official story tells us Tartaria was simply a European term for the vast territories of Central Asia, derived from the Mongol and Turkic peoples who inhabited these regions, a catch-all name for lands beyond the familiar borders of European knowledge. Yet the evidence scattered across old maps, architectural records, and historical documents doesn't align quite so neatly with this explanation. Consider the 1771 Encyclopaedia Britannica, which dedicates substantial space to describing Tartaria as a massive empire stretching from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean. The entry doesn't read like a vague geographical reference. It describes a sophisticated civilization with established trade routes, advanced metallurgy, and architectural achievements that impressed European visitors. The detail feels too specific, too documented, for a mere cartographic convenience. Dr. Elena Marchetti, a specialist in historical cartography at the University of Bologna, spent 3 years cataloging references to Tartaria in European archives. Her findings reveal something unexpected. The frequency and specificity of Tartarian references actually increases in the 18th and early 19th centuries, precisely when European exploration and documentation of these regions should have been providing clearer, more accurate information. The architectural evidence presents another puzzle. Across Russia, Central Asia, and even parts of Eastern Europe, researchers have identified structures that seem to defy conventional historical timelines. Buildings exhibiting remarkably similar architectural features despite being separated by thousands of miles, and supposedly constructed by different civilizations across different centuries. In St. Petersburg, restoration work on several 18th century buildings revealed construction techniques that don't match the documented building methods of that era. The foundations showed evidence of a completely different architectural approach, one that suggested these structures might have been built upon or incorporated into existing buildings of much greater age and sophistication. Similar anomalies appear in photographic records from the late 1800s. Images of cities across the Russian Empire show architectural uniformity that historians struggle to explain through conventional means. Why would such diverse regions with different climates, building materials, and cultural traditions develop nearly identical architectural styles? The controversy deepens when examining the timeline of these discoveries. Many researchers point to the period between 1775 and 1825 as a crucial window when references to Tartaria begin shifting from descriptions of a contemporary civilization to historical discussions of a vanished empire. This 50-year span coincides with massive military campaigns, territorial reorganizations, and what some historians describe as unusually systematic destruction of historical records. Napoleon's retreat from Moscow in 1812 reportedly involved the deliberate burning of vast archives. The official explanation centers on military strategy and the chaos of retreat, but correspondence from French officers describes the destruction of documents that seem to predate the Russian Empire itself, materials written in scripts that army scholars couldn't identify. The photographic evidence becomes even more intriguing when examined closely. Early photographs of cities like Kazan, Astrakhan, and Tobolsk show architectural features that don't appear in later images of the same locations. Buildings that seem to vanish from the historical record between the 1860s and 1880s, replaced by structures that match more conventional architectural expectations. Modern ground-penetrating radar surveys in several of these locations have revealed foundation patterns beneath existing buildings that suggest much larger, more complex structures once occupied these sites. The buried foundations indicate architectural planning and engineering capabilities that challenge our understanding of the technological development of these regions. The linguistic evidence adds another layer of complexity. Researchers examining 18th century documents have found references to Tartarian languages that don't correspond to any known Turkic or Mongolic language families. Trade documents mention interpreters fluent in Great Tartarian, described as distinct from the various tribal languages of the region. Perhaps most puzzling are the technological descriptions found in European accounts of Tartarian territories. References to advanced metallurgy, sophisticated agricultural techniques, and engineering projects that seem inconsistent with the technological capabilities typically attributed to nomadic societies. These accounts describe permanent settlements, complex irrigation systems, and manufacturing centers that produced goods traded across vast distances. The official dismissal of these anomalies centers on the argument that European observers were simply documenting the diverse cultures of Central Asia through the lens of their own limited understanding. The architectural similarities are explained as natural responses to similar environmental conditions. The technological descriptions are attributed to European misinterpretation of local practices, yet this explanation struggles to account for the sheer volume and consistency of the evidence. Independent observers, separated by decades and thousands of miles, recorded remarkably similar descriptions of Tartarian civilization. The level of detail and internal consistency in these accounts suggests either an elaborate, coordinated deception spanning centuries, or the documentation of something that official history has chosen to overlook. The question that emerges isn't whether a civilization called Tartaria existed in some form. The historical record clearly indicates it did. The question is whether this civilization was simply the sum of various Central Asian cultures, or whether it represented something more substantial, more advanced, and more deliberately obscured than conventional history acknowledges. What happened to the extensive documentation? Why do architectural features disappear from photographs over time? How do we explain the technological capabilities described in historical accounts? These questions remain unanswered, creating a space where legitimate historical inquiry intersects with more speculative theories about hidden history and deliberately obscured civilizations. The mystery of Tartaria reveals how fragile our understanding of the past can be, how easily complex civilizations can be reduced to footnotes, and how the absence of evidence can sometimes be just as significant as its presence. Whether through accident, neglect, or design, entire chapters of human history can slip through the cracks of official documentation, leaving only traces for those persistent enough to look beyond the accepted narrative. The missing treasures of Cocos Island. In 1820, a Spanish merchant named William Thompson made a decision that would haunt treasure hunters for the next 2 centuries. As revolutionary forces swept through Peru, the Spanish colonial government entrusted Thompson with their most precious cargo: gold and silver artifacts from Lima's churches, jeweled sculptures, and bars of precious metal worth an estimated $60 million in today's currency. Thompson's mission was simple: transport the treasure to Mexico for safekeeping. What happened next became one of history's most enduring maritime mysteries. Thompson never reached Mexico. Instead, he and his crew allegedly murdered the Spanish guards and sailed west to a small volcanic island 300 miles off the coast of Costa Rica. There, on Cocos Island, they buried the Lima treasure in caves and secret locations before scattering to the winds. Thompson was eventually captured, but despite years of interrogation and promises of clemency, he never revealed the treasure's location. The story might have ended there, but Cocos Island had already earned a reputation as the preferred bank vault of the Pacific's most notorious pirates. Long before Thompson's arrival, the island's dense jungle and hidden caves had sheltered the stolen wealth of buccaneer legends. Captain Edward Davis, who terrorized Spanish shipping in the 1680s, reportedly buried a fortune there after capturing the gold-laden bacalao Bachelor's Delight. His treasure, known as the Bachelor's Delight Hoard, allegedly contained 700 pounds of gold, silver church ornaments, and precious stones valued at millions. But perhaps no treasure captures the imagination quite like the legendary cache of Benito Bonito, a Portuguese pirate whose very existence remains disputed among historians. According to treasure lore, Bonito operated in the early 1800s, preying on Spanish galleons carrying Peruvian silver. When authorities finally closed in, he supposedly buried his entire accumulated wealth on Cocos Island before vanishing into history. The Bonito treasure is said to include not just gold and silver, but also rare religious artifacts and jeweled weapons taken from Spanish nobility. What makes these stories particularly compelling is their convergence on a single location. Unlike most pirate treasure tales that span vast areas or rely on vague descriptions, Cocos Island is real, documented, and thoroughly mappable. The island spans just 9 square miles, yet its volcanic landscape creates an extraordinary number of hiding places. Steep cliffs rise directly from the ocean, while the interior remains largely impenetrable jungle. Caves honeycomb the volcanic rock, and underground streams create natural chambers that could easily conceal vast wealth. The physical evidence adds weight to the legends. In 1897, treasure hunter August Gisler found what appeared to be old Spanish coins scattered near one of the island's beaches. During his 17-year residency on Cocos, Gisler discovered cave systems that showed signs of human modification: carved niches, artificially widened passages, and stone markers that seemed deliberately placed. These discoveries suggested that someone had indeed used the island's caves for storage, though whether for treasure or more mundane purposes remained unclear. Modern treasure hunters have brought increasingly sophisticated technology to Cocos Island. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed numerous underground anomalies, spaces that shouldn't exist naturally within the volcanic rock. Metal detectors have picked up strong signals from locations that appear undisturbed by erosion or natural processes. In 1978, a team using advanced sonar equipment detected what they claimed were large metallic objects buried beneath the island's Chapel Beach. Yet despite these tantalizing hints, no major treasure has ever been recovered. The Costa Rican government has documented over 300 expeditions to Cocos Island since the 1800s, each convinced they possessed the correct interpretation of cryptic treasure maps or coded messages left by dead pirates. Some seekers have spent fortunes on equipment and permits, only to return empty-handed. Others have claimed to find treasure but disappeared before they could provide proof, adding their own mysteries to the island's growing legend. What's particularly fascinating is how the treasure stories have evolved alongside the seekers. Early 20th century expeditions focused on obvious locations, beaches, easily accessible caves, and markers visible from the sea. As these sites proved fruitless, theories shifted toward more complex explanations. Some treasure hunters now believe the pirate hordes were deliberately concealed using sophisticated hydraulic systems, with treasures placed in chambers that would flood during high tide, then drain during low tide to prevent accidental discovery. The island's ecosystem adds another layer of complexity to treasure hunting efforts. Cocos Island is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, home to unique species found nowhere else on Earth. The surrounding waters teem with sharks, including large schools of hammerheads that have made the island famous among marine biologists. These environmental protections limit where treasure hunters can dig and what methods they can employ, meaning vast areas of the island remain unexplored. Recent archaeological surveys have uncovered evidence of pre-Columbian visits to Cocos Island, suggesting that pirates weren't the first to recognize its value as a hiding place. Stone tools and pottery fragments indicate that indigenous peoples used the island as a way station centuries before European ships reached the Pacific. This raises intriguing questions about whether the pirate treasures might have been hidden in locations already known to be suitable for concealment. The persistence of treasure hunting on Cocos Island speaks to something deeper than mere greed. Each expedition represents a collision between documented history and tantalizing possibility. The Spanish colonial records confirm that Thompson's treasure ship never reached Mexico. Davis's piracy is well documented in maritime archives. The gold and silver they stole had to go somewhere, and Cocos Island's combination of accessibility and concealment made it an ideal repository. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Cocos Island mystery is how it mirrors the broader story of colonial exploitation. The treasures that allegedly lie buried there weren't pirate creations. They were stolen from stolen wealth, artifacts torn from indigenous peoples by Spanish conquistadors, then seized again by pirates who cared nothing for their cultural significance. Each treasure map and coded message represents not just hidden gold, but layers of violence and displacement that shaped the Pacific world. The island keeps its secrets well, surrounded by shark-filled waters and protected by laws that grew stricter as the treasure hunters' methods became more destructive. Yet the mystery endures, fed by just enough evidence to keep hope alive and just enough uncertainty to fuel another generation of seekers willing to risk everything for the chance to uncover what centuries of searching have failed to reveal. The mysterious phenomenon of ball lightning. For centuries, pilots have reported it during storms, a glowing sphere that floats impossibly through their cockpit, silent and serene, defying every law of physics they thought they understood. Scientists have captured it on film exactly 3 times in controlled conditions, yet it remains one of nature's most elusive phenomena. Ball lightning shouldn't exist according to our current understanding of electrical discharge, yet thousands of credible witnesses across generations have watched these luminous orbs dance through the air with an intelligence that seems almost deliberate. The phenomenon first gained serious scientific attention in 1838, when physicist François Arago compiled over 30 eyewitness accounts for the French Academy of Sciences. His report described glowing spheres ranging from golf ball to basketball size, appearing during thunderstorms and behaving unlike any known form of electricity. These weren't the jagged, violent arcs of conventional lightning. They moved slowly, purposefully, sometimes following walls or metal objects, other times seeming to ignore physical barriers entirely. What makes ball lightning particularly unsettling is its apparent awareness. Unlike regular lightning, which follows predictable paths of least resistance, these orbs seem to choose their route. They've been observed floating down chimneys, rolling across floors, even passing through solid glass without breaking it. In 1963, a British housewife named Phyllis Campbell watched a glowing orange sphere the size of a dinner plate drift through her kitchen window, traverse her living room, and vanish through the opposite wall, leaving no trace of its passage. The longevity of ball lightning defies conventional physics. While regular lightning exists for milliseconds, these spheres can persist for several minutes. During a 1978 storm in Somerset, England, multiple witnesses watched a brilliant white orb hover motionless above a church spire for nearly 4 minutes before silently exploding in a shower of sparks. The explosion left no damage, no burn marks, no evidence it had ever existed, except for the 17 people who saw it happen. Perhaps most disturbing are the accounts of ball lightning's interaction with human beings. In 1809, 3 women in France reported a blue-white sphere entering their room during a thunderstorm and circling them repeatedly before disappearing. None were harmed, but all described an overwhelming sense of being observed. This recurring theme, the feeling of intelligence behind the phenomenon, appears in reports spanning 2 centuries and multiple continents. The scientific community remained largely skeptical until 1984, when researchers at the University of Innsbruck successfully created ball lightning in laboratory conditions. Their brief artificial version lasted only seconds, but it proved the phenomenon was physically possible. What they couldn't explain was how nature creates and sustains these orbs with such apparent stability and purpose. Modern theories attempt to rationalize ball lightning through various mechanisms. Some propose it's a form of plasma held together by electromagnetic fields. Others suggest it's silicon particles vaporized by conventional lightning strikes, forming a self-sustaining chemical reaction. The most exotic theory involves microscopic black holes or even antimatter interactions. Yet none of these explanations account for the phenomenon's most puzzling characteristics: its apparent intelligence and selective permeability. The question of selectivity particularly baffles researchers. Ball lightning has been observed passing through solid materials, glass, wood, even metal, without causing damage, yet it can also interact with objects when it seemingly chooses to. During a 1936 incident in rural Nebraska, a red sphere reportedly entered a farmhouse, melted a metal bucket, and then passed harmlessly through 3 interior walls before vanishing. The bucket remained perfectly melted, but the walls showed no signs of heat damage. In 1999, Chinese researchers achieved what many considered impossible. They filmed ball lightning in its natural state. During a thunderstorm in Qinghai province, their high-speed cameras captured a glowing orb approximately 10 inches in diameter, lasting for over a minute. Analysis revealed the sphere contained silicon, iron, and calcium, elements common in soil, that had somehow been transformed into a stable, luminous form. Yet the footage raised more questions than it answered. The orb's movements seemed too deliberate, too purposeful for a random atmospheric phenomenon. Military installations have reported some of the most compelling ball lightning encounters. During World War II, bomber crews flying through severe weather described glowing spheres that would pace their aircraft, sometimes for hundreds of miles. These Foo Fighters were initially attributed to enemy technology, but identical sightings from both Allied and Axis pilots suggested something far stranger. The spheres showed no interest in attacking. They simply observed, following at a consistent distance before disappearing as mysteriously as they appeared. The psychological impact of ball lightning encounters often proves as significant as the physical phenomenon itself. Witnesses frequently describe a profound sense of otherworldliness, as if they've glimpsed something that exists partially outside our normal reality. Dr. Stanley Singer, who spent 30 years studying ball lightning, noted that many witnesses become obsessed with the phenomenon, spending decades searching for another encounter. What makes ball lightning particularly maddening for researchers is its unpredictability. Unlike other atmospheric phenomena, it doesn't follow patterns that allow for systematic study. It appears randomly, lasts for variable periods, and vanishes without warning. Some regions report frequent sightings, while others, with identical meteorological conditions, experience none. The phenomenon seems to choose its moment, its location, and its witnesses according to criteria we don't understand. Recent theoretical work has explored the possibility that ball lightning exists at the intersection of multiple physical states, perhaps simultaneously exhibiting properties of matter, energy, and something else entirely. This something else remains undefined, residing in the gaps between our current understanding of physics and the observed behavior of these luminous enigmas. The phenomenon continues to appear in modern times, often captured on security cameras and cell phones, Yet each new recording only deepens the mystery. These glowing spheres dance at the edge of scientific understanding, beautiful and inexplicable, carrying with them the suggestion that our universe still holds secrets we've barely begun to comprehend. The Piri Reis map's anachronistic detail. When Admiral Piri Reis inscribed his world map in 1513, he couldn't have known that 5 centuries later, scholars would still be arguing about what he actually drew. The Ottoman cartographer's detailed chart shows coastlines that European explorers wouldn't officially discover for another 300 years, and depicts landmasses in a condition that shouldn't have existed for over 10,000 years. The map surfaced in 1929, tucked away in the dusty archives of Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. German theologian Gustav Adolf Deissmann was cataloging medieval manuscripts when he stumbled upon the gazelle skin parchment. What he found wasn't just another historical curiosity. The southern portion of Piri Reis's map appeared to show the northern coastline of Antarctica, completely free of ice. This presented an immediate problem. Antarctica wasn't officially sighted until 1820, and the continent's ice-free coastline hasn't been visible for roughly 12,000 years. Yet here was a Turkish admiral's map from 1513, apparently depicting geological features that modern science says were last exposed during the last ice age. Piri Reis himself left detailed notes about his sources. He claimed to have consulted 20 earlier maps, including charts used by Christopher Columbus and others dating back to the time of Alexander the Great. Some of these source maps, he insisted, had been drawn by contemporary explorers. Others, he suggested, were far older, ancient enough to have been created when the world looked very different. The controversy deepened in 1960 when Professor Charles Hapgood of Keene State College submitted the map to the United States Air Force for analysis. The military's cartographic experts, led by Captain Lorenzo Burrows, concluded that the map showed remarkable accuracy in depicting the subglacial topography of Antarctica. Their analysis suggested that whoever created the original source material had access to information that modern civilization only acquired through sophisticated seismic and radar mapping techniques. Captain Burrows noted particular accuracy in the map's depiction of the Ross Sea region and the relationship between various Antarctic mountain ranges. The coordinates, when adjusted for the projection methods available in 1513, aligned surprisingly well with modern topographical surveys. This wasn't a rough sketch or educated guess. Someone had mapped Antarctica with precision that seemed to require direct observation. The implications proved unsettling for conventional historical timelines. If the map was accurate, it suggested that either advanced civilizations had existed and disappeared long before recorded history, or that exploration of Antarctica had occurred far earlier than any known expedition. Neither possibility fit comfortably within established archaeological and historical frameworks. Critics pointed out numerous inconsistencies. The map's northern regions contained obvious errors and fantastical elements. Some coastlines were clearly wrong, and certain land masses didn't correspond to any known geography. If Piri Reis had access to impossibly accurate ancient maps, why were some portions of his work so obviously flawed, while others seemed impossibly precise? Professor Hapgood proposed a radical solution: the theory of crustal displacement. He suggested that Earth's crust had shifted dramatically in the past, moving Antarctica from a more temperate position to its current polar location. This catastrophic repositioning would explain how ancient cartographers could have mapped an ice-free continent that later became buried under miles of glacial ice. The theory gained an unexpected endorsement from Albert Einstein, who wrote a foreword to Hapgood's book on the subject. Einstein found the crustal displacement hypothesis scientifically plausible, though he noted that proving such dramatic geological events would require extensive additional evidence. His support lent academic credibility to what might otherwise have been dismissed as fringe speculation. Other researchers took different approaches to the mystery. Some suggested that the map's accuracy was coincidental, pointing out that random coastal contours might occasionally align with actual geography by chance. Others proposed that the map depicted South America's coastline with distortions that made it appear to show Antarctica. Dr. Gregory McIntosh, a specialist in ancient cartography, conducted a comprehensive analysis of the map's construction techniques and projection methods. His research revealed that while the map contained some surprisingly accurate elements, many of the supposed Antarctic features could be explained as misidentified South American coastlines or artistic interpolations common in 16th century mapmaking, yet certain details continued to puzzle researchers. The map showed islands and coastal features that weren't rediscovered until the 20th century. Some of these geographical elements appeared in locations that corresponded remarkably well to modern satellite imagery of the seafloor around Antarctica. The precision of these details seemed to exceed what could be explained by coincidence or artistic license. The map's annotations provided additional mysteries. Piri Reis described strange creatures inhabiting the southern regions, including animals that sounded remarkably similar to extinct species that once lived in Antarctica during warmer periods. These descriptions suggested that his source materials might have contained observational records from expeditions that occurred during dramatically different climatic conditions. Modern analysis using digital reconstruction techniques has revealed additional layers of complexity. Computer models examining the map's projection methods have identified mathematical sophistication that seemed advanced for its time. The calculations required to create certain portions of the map would have demanded trigonometric knowledge that supposedly wasn't available to Ottoman cartographers in 1513. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that several other medieval maps contained similar anomalies. The Orontius Phineas map of 1531 also appeared to show Antarctica free of ice, with river systems and mountain ranges that corresponded to modern seismic mapping data. These multiple independent sources suggested that the geographical knowledge wasn't limited to a single Ottoman admiral's collection. Recent archaeological discoveries have added new dimensions to the puzzle. Evidence of ancient civilizations with sophisticated maritime capabilities has emerged from various locations around the world. These findings, while not proving the existence of early Antarctic exploration, have demonstrated that pre-Columbian navigation and mapping techniques were far more advanced than previously believed. The Piri Reis map remains suspended between rational explanation and historical impossibility. Its accuracy in depicting certain geographical features continues to challenge conventional understanding of exploration history, while its obvious errors and anachronisms prevent simple acceptance of extraordinary claims. The map stands as a testament to the persistent mysteries that lurk within our understanding of the past and the uncomfortable questions that arise when ancient knowledge appears to exceed the boundaries of its supposed time. The ancient city of Derinkuyu. When renovations began on a modest home in Derinkuyu, Turkey in 1963, the homeowner expected to find perhaps some old pipes or foundation stones. Instead, when he knocked through his basement wall, he discovered something that would rewrite our understanding of ancient urban planning. Behind that wall lay a tunnel leading into what archaeologists would later determine to be the largest underground city ever found. The moment you descend into Derinkuyu, the weight of engineered permanence settles around you. This isn't some hastily dug shelter or temporary refuge. The precision of the ventilation shafts, the mathematical placement of storage chambers, the strategic bottlenecks designed for defense, everything speaks to a civilization that planned not just for survival, but for sustainable underground life spanning generations. Carved entirely from volcanic rock, Derinkuyu extends 18 stories deep into the earth. The numbers alone challenge comprehension. 20,000 people could live here comfortably, with provisions for livestock, food storage, and even underground chapels. But the deeper you venture, the more questions multiply in the flickering shadows of your headlamp. Carbon dating places the earliest excavations around the 8th century BCE, though evidence suggests continuous expansion over nearly 1,000 years. The Phrygians likely began the work, but it was the early Christians who transformed Derinkuyu into something unprecedented in human history, fleeing Roman persecution, then later Arab raids. These communities didn't merely hide underground, they built a complete parallel society. The engineering challenges they overcame seem almost impossible without modern equipment. Each level connects to the next through narrow passages that could be sealed with massive rolling stones. These passages weren't random. They followed precise architectural principles that ensured anyone defending the city held every advantage. Invaders would find themselves crawling single file through pitch-black tunnels, while defenders could attack from hidden chambers above and below. But perhaps the most remarkable feature is the ventilation system. 52 vertical shafts, some reaching depths of 180 feet, provided fresh air to every level. The deepest shafts doubled as wells, tapping into underground water sources. The mathematical precision required to design such a system, it suggests knowledge of engineering principles that wouldn't be formally codified for centuries. Walking through Derinkuyu today, you notice details that hint at the psychological reality of underground life. The walls bear chisel marks that follow no practical pattern, suggesting people carved simply to stay busy during long confinements. Children's drawings appear scratched into stone surfaces, faded but still visible after more than a millennium. In the deepest chambers, you find evidence of workshops where craftsmen continued their trades by torchlight, maintaining cultural traditions even in the Earth's embrace. The city's layout reveals sophisticated social organization. Living quarters cluster around communal areas, with larger chambers reserved for gatherings and religious ceremonies. Food storage follows complex hierarchies, with the most valuable provisions stored in the deepest, most secure levels. Even the positioning of latrines shows careful planning, with waste management systems that prevented contamination of living spaces. Archaeological evidence suggests Derinkuyu wasn't unique. More than 30 underground cities have been discovered in the same region, connected by a network of tunnels stretching for miles. The scope of this subterranean civilization challenges every assumption about medieval urban planning. These weren't desperate refugees clinging to survival. They were organized communities maintaining complex trade relationships, religious practices, and cultural traditions. The mystery deepens when you examine the artifacts left behind, Byzantine coins mixed with objects that predate known Christian settlements in the region, tools that show wear patterns consistent with decades of use, suggesting some families spent significant portions of their lives underground. Most puzzling are the inscriptions found in the deepest chambers, written in scripts that scholars still debate. Recent research has revealed that Derinkuyu's inhabitants didn't simply react to external threats, they actively shaped the political landscape above ground. Evidence suggests they maintained sophisticated communication networks with other underground cities, coordinating military resistance and economic activities across vast distances. The tunnels weren't just escape routes, they were strategic infrastructures that allowed underground communities to control surface territories. The abandonment of Derinkuyu remains unexplained. By the 14th century, the city lay empty, its tunnels sealed and its location forgotten. No historical records document this exodus. No archaeological evidence explains why 20,000 people would abandon such an elaborate sanctuary. The silence in the historical record is so complete, it suggests deliberate erasure. Modern investigations using ground-penetrating radar have revealed that much of Derinkuyu remains unexplored. The deepest chambers may extend far below the currently accessible levels, potentially containing archives, treasures, or evidence that could reshape our understanding of medieval civilization. Several passages remain sealed behind stone barriers that appear intentionally placed, as if the final inhabitants wanted to protect certain secrets even from future archaeologists. The thermal properties of Derinkuyu's rock provide natural climate control, maintaining steady temperatures year-round. This means organic materials might be preserved in deeper chambers, including documents, textiles, or even human remains that could provide unprecedented insights into underground life. But access to these areas requires extensive excavation that Turkish authorities have restricted, citing both preservation concerns and structural safety. Standing in Derinkuyu's central shaft, looking up toward the distant circle of daylight, you're struck by the audacity of human adaptation. These people didn't simply endure underground. They thrived, creating art, raising families, maintaining traditions, and building something that would outlast the civilizations that drove them below ground. The final mystery may be the most profound. Why did they stay? Historical records suggest the external threats that drove people underground diminished by the 12th century. Yet Derinkuyu continued expanding, growing more elaborate, more permanent. Perhaps the answer lies not in what they were fleeing, but in what they were building. A society freed from surface constraints, governed by different rules, pursuing knowledge and wisdom in the Earth's quiet depths. Today, Derinkuyu stands as testament to human ingenuity and the lengths people will go to preserve what they hold sacred.